Good morning, everybody. Oh my gosh, it feels weird not coming on. Oh, my hair's all flopped sideways. Oh well. It feels weird coming on at this time of the morning, not being in a rush, not feeling like I have to beat the clock. I'm going to ease into this morning. You may be able to hear my coffee brewing. Lord knows we need coffee. Good morning, Andrell. Good morning, VR. Uh, Delene, thank you for joining me. Is it just your first time? Welcome. CGN Text, hopping in for answers. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to my channel. I greatly appreciate you. Y'all, I need my coffee. I need my coffee. Oh my gosh, it has been an interesting 24 hours. And we're going to go through all that today. If you have just hopped on, it's your first time here, please comment, like, and subscribe. Oh gosh, I got a text from Jules. Oh, I am so sorry. Hold on. I am so sorry, babe. Prayers of healing and take care of yourself. Thanks again for the last 2 nights. You're awesome. Jules, who is the infamous Jules from the Maya trials, has been joining us, and she is a little under the weather today, so I'm blessing her. She has been absolutely phenomenal. My coffee and Bristol, Tennessee cup. I was born there. We have the Bristol Raceway there. Lacey Ann, good morning. All these new peeps. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Wow, I am truly humbled. And I say that seriously. I am truly humbled. Last night we were on an emergency live, as I call it. It's breaking news. And I should have used that button. I forgot about it. You were born in Bristol? I was too. What year, darling? I got you beat. Oh, thank you so much. Denise Dent, welcome. Thank you for hopping in. I was born in Bristol in 1971, and I have a twin brother, and my father worked for Bristol Raceway. So after we left the hospital for the first time together, oh, he took us to the raceway and he had us in one in each arm and took a picture with us on the finish line at the Bristol Raceway. I saw the photo, but I did not end up with the photo. So, for those who are just joining who do not know me, I'm Ada K. I'm your alternate juror. I am still a little sleepy. Forgive me. Um, Mine, the hospital. I don't know if it's the same hospital, if they tore it down or not. I don't know. I visited back about 4 times, 5 since my birth. Last year, my daughter and I went to Bristol. I am a little hoarse. Forgive me. I literally have covered, oh, my whole childhood was at the Bristol Motor Speedway. I still want to go back for a race. I do want to go back for a race. I am a NASCAR fan. Who's your favorite NASCAR driver? May I ask, Lacey Ann? Okay, so I am, just so you know, I'm deaf without my hearing aids. And so I have some fabulous mods. But if the sound is too high or too low, don't hesitate to let me know because I can't hear it. I grew up hearing and became deaf as an adult, and my hair is doing something creepy. Uh oh, my hair clip just literally crunched, it broke. There it is. That's better. And so therefore, I don't hear like everybody else, and everything is captioned. I have a special caption thing on my computer. And so, yeah, and I do some sign language on this channel. I am so honored and blessed you joined me. This is a channel not for me, but for you. We are the alternate jurors, and I value your comment, even if it disagrees with mine. Please keep it clean and respectful. You can share your comments. I was raised with my mom's family being Jeff Gordon and dad's side being Dale Earnhardt. I remember Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt. I was watching that race when Earnhardt's life unexpectedly came to an end. Hopping in for answers, it was fun with a bit of tea and giggles. Yes, thank you guys so much. Okay, mods, I have CG and Tex and Andrielle. Andrielle, are you here this morning? Please comment. I'd greatly appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to reread the statement that came in from last night for those of you who don't know or may have heard. My captioning is turned on all my lives. You just need to turn it on your end, but I will double check in my settings. General. Okay, my captions are turned on. My captions are turned on. Delene M, are you deaf lip reader? Turn them on your end. They should turn on. If they don't, let me know. Yeah, it did. We will look at all of that today. So, but I want to start with was the statement that was made by the Massachusetts State Police. And it reads as follows. Following the mistrial of the Commonwealth and the Karen Reed, I keep wanting to say Manassas. I used to live there. Massachusetts State Police would like to offer our condolences again to the family of the Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Okay, Lacey, I'll check it in a minute. We cannot imagine the way in which the results has heightened the O'Keefe family's immeasurable grief, heartache, and sense of loss. John lived a life of honorable service. I'm sorry, both to the city of Boston and the children entrusted to his care after an unexpected death of his sister and brother-in-law. Upon learning today the result of the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor from duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk office. I'm going to share this. Just give me a second and I will turn on the captioning. Kind of have to do two things at once here, okay? So I can't do that, but I am going to share this. There we go. Upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County office. I thought I had my volume turned down. Sorry, my phone rang. District Attorney's Office, State Police Detective Unit. This follows our previous decision to open an internal affairs investigation after the information about serious misconduct emerged in the testimony at the trial. This investigation is ongoing as our focus remains on delivering the highest level of police service with professionalism and integrity. Okay, I'm going straight. Okay, I'm going to remove this and I am going to give me a second. I'm going to my YouTube channel, manage videos. I am going to the backstage and check and see what's clicked. But I always have, always have captioning on. Uh, I'm looking. Settings, general, close. I got to find it again. I got to find it again. This is when I need my mod, who's, I don't think she's available. But I know I have closed captioning turned on my channel. Always have closed captioning turned on. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to find it, guys. I always have closed captioning on. I don't know why it is not on. Camera audio. Virtual recording, hotkeys, layout, guests, no. I will keep working on it. I don't know why. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to my own channel and I'm going to look at this. And why is oh, because is it because I'm live? That is strange. I now see what you mean. Okay, I'm working on it. Okay. Settings. General. No, that's not what I need. I am working on the captionings. It angers me when this stuff happens. So give me a hot minute. I'm going to exit out of this and oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what changed. I have no idea what changed. Google search accounts. Language is English. Okay. I'm working on it, guys. Settings. Channel stats and feeders, Google membership notification, playback and performance. I'm doing everything I can to try to figure out where this is. Why is it not allowing captioning? I've never had my captioning blocked off. Let me go into my studio. Content, comments, subtitles. There we go. Well, that's not what I want. Is there anybody that can help me out there? Because everywhere I go, it's not going to where I want it to go. I got to have the captioning. I will not do this. Channel achievements. We will get it on, guys, okay? I'm not going to let this go on. Let me text my guru. Let me get to my guru. Can you hop on for one split second? All of a sudden, the closed captioning is not showing up on my live, and I used to have captioning, and I don't know why it is not allowing it. And I need to have captioning. We have a hard of hearing person watching. So I have reached out for help. We will get those on, okay? I greatly apologize. I don't know why captioning is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Always have captioning on. I apologize. Okay. Settings streaming menu. Well, that's where I was. Settings. Which settings? I have about 4 different settings. I'm not being rude, but I do. Scrolling settings. I don't see a streaming menu under this particular settings. So I need to know which settings to go to. But we will get it fixed. Settings over here. I have account, notification, playback, and performance. I click in there, audio. Always show caption. I have got that clicked. So why is captioning not available? It is on. I'll share the screen to show you that captioning is on. So why is it not working? Is it working? That is weird. It won't let me share that screen. But it does say subtitles and closed captioning always on, clicked. And then under it, include auto generated captions, click. So it should be on. It shows on. So let me go to my own channel and see what's happening here. It's not showing. Why? I apologize. I can't seem to fix it myself. I do have a mod that I've reached out to. Okay. So if you need me to sign, I'm happy to sign. If you know sign language, I can sign and talk at the same time. Wow, you guys are simply amazing. You guys rock. I love and appreciate every single one of you. YouTube being YouTube. Yeah, probably. I've got some fabulous news. Okay, yesterday, I came into the channel yesterday evening, starting yesterday's live, and the video that I had was titled, "Is It So? Question, question, question. Proctor is out of Canton." I was like, okay. So currently, when I went to bed last night, we had like 500 views. When I got up this morning, we had 3,900 views. Right now, we have 4,973 views. Oh my gosh. And on top of that, we had 353 likes. But what is really important is I had 470 people, and we kind of were stuck at 470 subscribers. Y'all, we have just hit 594 subscribers. Yay! I have a mod working on it right now behind the scenes. Thank you from Scotland. Oh my gosh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am so happy. My cheeks hurt. I'm so happy. I'm trying to get to that infamous 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 viewer hours. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys know that we have several things to do today. Okay. Number one is I want you to ask questions. This is not just about me regurgitating information. I want to hear from you, especially from those across the ocean, in our what I call sister countries. What is it that you have questions about when it comes to this case? And maybe I can answer it. I am not a lawyer yet. I am a student, whoop, whoop, in criminal justice. I'm a deaf support specialist. I am an ADA law consultant. I'm also a volunteer emergency services chaplain, volunteer first responder, and chaplain, and firefighter. So I have a lot of different experiences in my life. In my 20s, I dated someone for 7 years. They had a used car lot and automotive repair. I did the bondo or body work on the vehicle. I have replaced tail lights as well as, filters, oils, tires, brakes. But I have a vast knowledge. Bobeck English, please. Oh, yes. Thank you, Maud. So I am here for your questions. Pop up your questions. And hopefully by tomorrow, we're going to have a coffee fund set up. So y'all can buy me a cup of coffee because this chick goes through a lot. And speaking of coffee, we do have a sponsor, and I'd love to introduce them to you. This is my first sponsor. I am so blessed to have them. They are awesome. They keep me in coffee right now, and it is fabulous. So, a quick 1 minute note from our sponsor, and then we're going to dive into the Karen Reed trial. Hey, y'all. I am so excited we have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. Thank you so much, Hitchman Hill Country Coffee. Hitchman Homestead. They're fabulous, and it is. I don't drink coffee black very often because it's super bitter, and I can drink this coffee black and not be going, yeah, I know that was a face. Hopefully, no one freezes me on that. Okay, good morning, Jimbo H and Wally 2704. Now that Proctor has transferred, not fired, will he be called by the prosecutor to the defense? Yes, he will be, or defense. Yes, he will be testifying if they have another. They can. It's not guaranteed because he is a witness in this case. It doesn't matter what his work position or status is. If Karen didn't go looking for John the next day, who would they have pinned it on? The snowplow driver. Lucky. He would have been the next obvious person. Good morning, Erica. Erica, my best friend in high school, her name was Erica, and she had breast cancer 3 times and unfortunately did not survive. But I will tell you, I have a little bit of a heart, just nostalgic every time I hear the name Erica. Um, it would have been, I still think it would have been lucky. I think that if the theory is true that they did have a confrontation and he did become unconscious in or on the about the property of 34 Fairview at the hands of somebody in the house, that they left him there, one, thinking maybe he'd wake up and stagger home, or two, the snowplow could have caused the injury. Good morning, Miss Kelly Brown. Well, welcome from Kentucky. Welcome, everybody. You guys are so awesome. I am 6 subscribers from 600. If I get to 1,000, I'm dyeing part of my hair pink, pink, pink. And it was because it's in honor of Miss Karen Reed. But welcome. Okay. I started taking notes last night, and those who are new don't know, but I'm a yawner first thing in the morning. Thank you for hitting like. I appreciate that. Like, comment, or subscribe. And also, I keep forgetting to say, click the little bell so you know when I'm going live. I do always post the next day's lives. And sometimes, though, like last night, we had an emergency live. And thank you for subbing it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, snap. That's right. I forgot. Ah, I need to set it up again. I need to get it going again. If you guys are just subbing, okay? All right. If you just subbed, what? Oh, that's not what I want. What I need you to do is, why am I not getting what I need? In a minute, I'm going to reload the giveaway. Okay, here we go. I am doing a giveaway, and it's hashtag I subscribed or I subbed. ISUB. ISUB. I will write it in the comments. It is hashtag I. I don't want to do it in a particular way because I don't want it to put me in the drawing. Put that in there. Put that in the comments. And it should, please make sure it's a capital I. And what's going to happen is I'm giving away a Starbucks tumbler when I hit at the end of today, if I hit the 600, but at the end of the week or at the end of today, whichever I choose. So make sure you put that in if you subbed, okay? It's very important. I am sure eventually the jurors will be talking. After all, jurors like money too. I don't disagree with that. Not everybody. So not this particular one, but I have Starbucks tumblers that I'm giving away. So make sure you put in there, but you have to sub. You have to sub. And we are 6 subs away. Let me refresh. We are 1 sub away. Oh my gosh, from 600. Oh my gosh, this is so freaking awesome. And this is also for replay because I do, for the replay crew. If you watch this video in a replay, let me make sure it is catching this. All right, it did. We got 5 already. If you are watching, I also have one for you guys. So you are not left out of this. And so please comment, I subbed. Yeah! Oh my God, we did it. We're 600. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't want to cry on live. I don't want to cry live. I don't want to cry live, but I will. God, we did it. We did it. We are at 600. Now let's go for 7. Trying to get to that 1,000, guys. It's so hard. I hear the first 1,000 is the hardest. And then, yeah. But when we get to 100,000 subs, we're going to take a cruise. And I'm going to invite some of y'all to come with us. We'll do a fun cruise. We'll do something. We'll do something. We'll get together for the weekend. Okay. I know. Oh my gosh, we did it. Well, last night I was at like 470. I was at 430. Oh, we were stuck at 430, and then Jules came on and we got up to 470. And then I went to bed and woke up and I was like, because the video was only like at 500 and something views, and I was ecstatic. But now, mods, check and see what that video is at now. the views on that video from last night. Okay, my first thoughts of yesterday. Um, oh, wow. Well, if you were lucky 600, um, Mod, throw up an email, my email, please. And Denise, if you were the lucky 600, I'm going to send you something. So, Denise, take the email and email me, okay? I hate all these 800 calls. Oh my gosh. It's at 5K? Is this my first 5K video, Miss Kevin? Thank you for joining. Good morning. Okay. My thoughts yesterday when the judge said it was a hung jury, I was gutted because I believe this really leaves the entire community in limbo, having to go through this all over again is, to me, so brutal and so unfair. Kelly, thanks for watching part of last night's video. Thank you so much. We had some fun with Miss Jules. She's fabulous. Miss Jules is absolutely fabulous. I mean, we had so much fun with her. She's a sweetheart. She really, really is. I enjoy her company. I enjoy her thoughts. Hold on. I thought she was, but she's not been here. Okay, I had to send it quick. So once again, I was really gutted on one. I was happy for Karen Reed because Karen Reed means she's not sitting in a jail cell tonight. Honestly, that is the truth of it, and that this is what I would call a win for the defense at this point, because now the ball's in the prosecution's court yet again. But I also was very disheartened for all of her supporters and fans and everybody outside. There was a bit of cheering, but there was also some people who were very upset with the O'Keefe family. My deepest sympathy, and I mean heartfelt sympathy, at the loss of your family member. Oh my gosh, we got a lot of comments. I don't think they'll try again, says Tony. There's no way to find an impartial jury in Boston or surrounding areas. I watched that on replay early AM. I lost track of Jules. Glad to see she's around. She is. She is. Too many jury playing in a bucket of poop instead of looking at the crash daddy going. Yep. So, I want to talk about the O'Keefe family for a minute. I've said this before. I can't judge them for anything that they do at this point, as long as it's related to the grief process. Now, if you're being a total JA and you do stupid things like look at the defendant and say, I'm not done with you yet, or whatever he said, that's inappropriate. Inappropriate, yes, but at the same time, it's out of extreme grief and loss. I mean, to lose a sister and a brother-in-law and then have your other brother murdered, it is very difficult, and I'm not going to dispute that. So, but they still do not have closure, and they are still grieving, and it is an ongoing grief, and it is a very brutal place to be. So my heart does go out to them. Lucky Longhorn was going to be blamed originally. I don't disagree with that. Oops, I see something I need to. I will, Miss Kevin. You are so awesome. Are we able to, let me see, did we get it fixed? No, you guys, the closed captioning is not on our end. Try turning closed captioning on your end. But we do have it on. It's just not showing, and it's not making me happy, and I will be reaching out. Okay. The sad part of it all is that O'Keefe may never find out what happened to their son, and that is true. And that's not a good place to be. But they will have to eventually make peace with that and try to move forward. Once again, no one wins in these crimes, even if they had a verdict. It is a no win situation because it's bad enough that the O'Keefes have lost their son. But whoever are the family members of the person who perpetrated this crime will lose their child as well, their spouse, because, well, they're going to go away for a long time to jail, and it will affect their kids if they have any. Did the I want to talk about the prosecutors. Okay, the note to the judge bothered me. Moral conviction spoke of believing, yeah. Moral convictions did kind of kick me. Um, but, but, um, on the prosecutor side, here's a question. Did not prove beyond reasonable doubt to me personally? That was the question I had to think of last night and all day yesterday. I'm into today is we are discussing, we have an opening question forum, our commenting forum. People are free to now fully talk about the case. I'm going to be talking and giving my personal opinions. I've said a lot of things both on both sides of this trial. But this is my humble opinion now. This is how I personally feel. And we may do some court hopping unless we have more breaking news. So, in my personal opinion, and I'm sorry for the yawnies, I always have them the first hour. In my personal humble opinion, let me take I forgot where I gotta take my stuff. In my personal opinion, that this was not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, even though I looked hard for glimpses of it. I did. I looked very hard. I tried the best I could to try and find reasonable, reasonable, find guilt beyond reasonable doubt. I was not capable of doing so. And that to me is where it all lies. And then I'll go into that in a second. What could they have done differently? That's my question to you. What do you make O'Keefe seemingly undeniable support that she is guilty of this? Mavis, I was pro not guilty person based on evidence, but it makes me think twice what they know. What do you make of those undeniable support that she is guilty of this? Okay. The reason why I believe that they are so adamant that she's guilty of this is because from the get go, Proctor, Canton PD, and the troopers all were nailing her from the moment they arrived on scene. When you are in a family that are police or military or whatever, you seem to trust that entity explicitly because you're invested in that. And I believe that's why they did. I think that every hit, like, oh, forgot my meds. Okay, for me, I'm a military brat, and I am very pro-military. Don't agree with a lot that happens, but I was thinking about that last night about 3 a.m. and I couldn't sleep. I really feel that the family is in a position that they're going to believe what the police and the troopers say until they have any evidence that really hits them in the face otherwise. Let's look at some of these comments, sieging my thoughts. How do you think Karen and John, how do you think Karen knew it was John when lay on top of him because his face wasn't uncovered. Because of some of the clothing, you could see the shirt, the gray with the hoodie, light t-shirt hoodie with the sleeve. That was stated on that was stated in trial that you could, once you got there, you could see some of the clothing. Thank you so much. The conviction of a jurist that a police department doesn't have corrupt, unethical individuals. Yeah, that's true. From first call, Jan was gaslighting her. Yep. As soon as she said tail light was cracked, yep. Sorry. In every chat and forum, I can't find one person who can tell me what evidence was shown to prove her guilt. I'm married to LE. I was a 911 op. The LE are bad officers, did horrible things. I don't disagree with you. Lally didn't make his case clear. His witnesses were horrible. Evidence was tainted, and the case was poorly mishandled in the courtroom. Very sloppy. Commonwealth, that is so very true. For me, it was the injuries. I used to work on ambulance for 15 years. I know what hit by a car looks like, and I know what a vehicle looks like when it. Do you know what? I'm going to stop right there, darling. I am with you. I am a first responder. I have actually witnessed a person getting hit, not the most enjoyable thing to watch, and they were going about 20 miles an hour, and that person did not survive. And the person was drunk. So I am, Delene, I am so 100% with you on that. 100% with you. That is so true. John O'Keefe was not hit by a vehicle. No way. Tony defends 2 days. Maybe I think the Albert gaslit O'Keefe's. The blood stains on the clothing consistent with the person being sit position, not laying flat. 3 persons. Exactly, and that was the first thing I brought up. The first thing, if you go back and watch the moment the shirt, because I kept saying, I got to see the shirt. I got to see the shirt. I want to see the marks on the sleeve, but I got to see the shirt. And when they showed the back of the shirt, it looked like if you have your sleeve and you're laying there, it looked like it had been crumpled up like this and blood had gotten on it. And then when you opened it up, you saw perfectly, straight lined and then void places of blood. So it looked like he had been, the way the shirt was, to me, looked like it was a drag or a move. But all of the blood stains from the eye and the bridge of the nose came down the shirt. And I have said all along that if he was hit by a vehicle and thrown backwards, all of the blood would come back towards the ears. A lot of times the blood will pool in the ears. There would be a whole lot more blood in the ice, even though the ice will coagulate and slow the bleeding down somewhat, but you would have had a whole lot more evidence. Am I not correct, Miss Deline? You think the FBI will take over this case? I don't think they will. I don't think they will, but I wish they would. It depends on what they find in their internal investigation. Vomit in his underwear was not discussed. Well, if he has a head injury, he's going to vomit at the level that they said. Miss Deline, let you touch that one. Yeah, like a tie-dye job. Yeah, it was. Thank you. Think you could get hit by a 10-pound sledgehammer swing 24 miles an hour and not get a bruise like 70 pounds. Yeah, yeah. There's no bit of tail light in the lawn at 6 a.m., but there was a 2-inch, only 2 inches of snow, and now they're scuffing around looking for snow. Yeah, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Happy to see everybody here. Put hashtag I subbed once you sub, and it does verify you subbed for a chance to win a Starbucks mug or tumbler. He looked like a lot of people when we pick what we call the road wars. Yeah. Yeah, pub brawls. Exactly. That's what I said. I said the same thing. It looked like he'd been out drinking all night and got in a fight, and that was it. There is always a possibility of that, but um, who knows? Who knows? Uh, I'm trying to catch everybody's comments. Nanny Goat, I just listened to. Welcome, Nanny Goat. Welcome, welcome. Other night, one would think someone would have cleaned that audio up before. Yep. Uh, it is so much what ifs out there. So much, but what? There's something strange about that. That's right. He would have been sitting upright. See, when you vomit and it goes down the inside of your shirt and down through, yep. 2 plus 2 equals 39 in Canton. Love it. Love it. Oh my God. As far as the verdict, it's all boiled down to that McAlbert showing up. Yep. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are stating that. Well, hello, everybody. White Paint, thank you for subscribing. Hello, blessings. Thank you for coming and visiting me. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they were carrying him out of the balcony. See, there's so much stuff that got left on the table with this case. Oh my gosh, y'all. Y'all are so awesome. We have 614 subscribers. Yay, you are awesome. 73 on YouTube watching, record breaking day. Amy Positive Pathways looks like I hopped on late. Oh, we're just chatting right now. We haven't gone into anything major. The major thing is that we hit a major goal, and that was 600 subscribers. We are trying to reach 1,000. I'm going to go ahead and reintroduce myself. We have so many new people on. I'm Ada Kay. I am your alternate juror. This is a safe place for everybody to share their opinions as long as it's done so with respect. I am, as I stated, a deaf support specialist. I am deaf without my hearing aids. I am a first responder volunteer, emergency services firefighter chaplain. I am also a first responder firefighter, and I have been only on YouTube. This is officially 3 months, but hardworking um, every day with this trial. I have been gavel to gavel with this trial, and it's my first trial. And recovery addict said, "Girl, you jumped in both feet, both hands, head, but no." I said, "Yes, I guess I actually did." I am also on Twitter. I am on Twitch. I am on Facebook. I am also on Discord. Thank you so much, Ronnie. You are awesome. Oh, thank you, Shape Practice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you to thank. Marina, thank you. Shay, thank you. We are all so happy to see all of you. And I want this to be a family. I want this to be a safe place. And you are all welcome here. I have talked a little bit about this morning that I was slightly gutted with the verdict only because it leaves the entire community in a state of limbo, as well as having to go through this all over again. And the other thing about me, I'm a yawner in the morning. I apologize. Um, no one here wins in this kind of crime. There are no winners. Um, the only thing is this: in which I believe now I can say this. I believe Karen Reed is innocent. Her life was spared in this. Uh, oh, beautiful Jules, she's so great. I bumped into her on a Recovery Addict panel, and he's been a gem to me. Prosecutors did not prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt, and personally, even though I looked very hard for glimpses of guilt, what I can tell you is I didn't see it. Any possibility was quickly evaded by the defense. The defense in the closing arguments, I felt they should have spoken more of the standard proof and made the jury instructions a lot more clear. I think that may be part of where some of the hangup was. Um, Let me see. Colin opened the door and got into punch with John. The next thing there was Brian Higgins sweep the stairways with you. Well, one of the things that also got me is that the son was not um, in the house or availed himself to the investigators when they came that morning. That to me was an issue. That was a huge issue. Um, Andriel, if you're on, let me know. If not, who else is a mod in my StreamYard? I don't remember. Okay, so the other things are, I made a bunch of notes. The defense wins. Do you believe? Oh, Ada posted a link. Wait. Ada is posted the link in the 13th Juror Facebook page. Maybe. What do you mean? Uh, Ada is posted. I'm not following you that on, is it called Polias? Mom, I'll call you Mom. Alternate, there's my Discord. Thank you very much. Not sure what you mean by that. Can you elaborate, beloved? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. By the way, if you do hashtag I sub, you will be entered into. Let me make a banner. Let me do a quick banner. We need to make a banner. Create a banner. Hashtag. Yeah, it's hard to type and talk at the same time, but I got it. Okay, I am going to scroll it, add banner, and there we go. We're going to keep that running. That helps a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. I think the link in your stream is. I posted a link in your stream this morning to help you get. Oh, thank you so much, beloved. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my gosh, you guys are so awesome. Oh my gosh. I am thoroughly blessed. I originally thought the OUI involuntary manslaughter. Then I watched the trial and the prosecution made me think not guilty, and the FBI experts made me see innocence. Those FBI experts, I think, came in and saved the day. Honestly. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah. All of that. Let me go ahead and continue. We will try to keep up with the comments. It's the defense and the closing arguments. We said that the DA. Oh, by the way, one of the questions was the DA does have up to 12 months to retry her. Mavis, I've been saying this all along. They did not swab the fire hydrant. If someone was guilty, and my thing is if his head had hit that and it was close enough in proximity, I would have taken that hydrant. I would have removed it and put it into evidence because they can do that. They can get the fire department to go out there and replace the hydrant. Um, have apples. Yeah. Oh my gosh, all you will reach in no time. You're so sweet, JC. Thank you. Um, Nice to meet everybody. I am so blessed. I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry. This has been a very huge blessing. Oh, I did not share my second camera. Um, for those of you who know, I want you to see my get up. I want you to see the get up. I have worked very hard. I went and did this debt free, and I want to share this with you. RA and I joke around. There I am. Welcome everybody. So now you can see the backstage, my coffee machine. I had Annabelle, she came and visited me. She lives out of town, nearly out of state from me. And she was in the area and she came by and I got pictures of her sitting at the desk. So y'all are so awesome. Okay, so I had a lot of questions. How long does the DA have to actually come back and recharge her? Up to 12 months. Now, um, that to me, I think is a long time. You look like RA. Look, yeah. And see, I didn't know RA had all of this when I met RA. I just Googled what do you need to do a professional YouTube streamer? And this is what was recommended. I have the little stream deck down here. I have the Pro 2, which is, he has the regular one. I got the Rodecaster Pro 2. He just got the Rodecaster Pro. But he's got this new piece of equipment that is going to allow him to do replays that I'm so freaking jealous of. I don't have this big fancy switch thing. I am going to get one, but not as big as his. But other than that, and I do use this here as a monitor, and I also use my phone. So we have multiple monitors. I don't have the need for 3 monitors like some people do. For me, 3 monitors is just a little bit too chaotic. And they can do more ones. I think the FBI might be taking side. I'm also an MA resident and mad at the incompetence, lack of investigation in this case. I also think that the Commonwealth had the FBI. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, so another thought that I had, and I wanted to talk about justice and the law system doesn't care about your feelings, but getting it right. That is should be what it is. The justice and the law system doesn't care about your feelings. It cares about getting it right. And that is not the case here. The defense wins. How? How could the defense win? Well, they don't really win, but because the jury did not compromise on they did win. The jury did not compromise to one of the lesser charges because they did not come to an agreement on the main charge. I have a great deal of respect for the jury on that. I could cope with 3 monitors. I have this iPad down here that I use like a monitor, so that is my third. But my thing is putting another monitor over here. I want to be talking to you. I don't want to be doing this all day. I want to be able to be here. I want to engage with you. We have 79 watching and only 52. Oh, come on, guys. They could dig up Brian Albert's brother's swimming pool. This is a beginning of a downfall, y'all. It's so sad the O'Keefes are hanging out. Yeah. And the thing is that part of the thing is that they have believed the wolf in sheep's clothing is what's happened here. The defense to me did have a win-win because the jury could not get past the very first second-degree murder. If they were not of integrity, I think that they could have argued, okay, we'll do not guilty here, but everybody will have to agree guilty on the lessers. And they didn't do that. I will say I have utmost respect for the jury for doing that. I do not feel that if Karen Reed is to be tried again, the prosecution has any better chance of winning. Do you? Do you feel that if the prosecution charges her again and tries again, well, she's still on the same charge, but if they try her again, do they have a better chance of winning? Let's discuss that. Yep. Yep. There's so much of you guys. I can't keep up. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. So they may be able to bring in new experts, but the fact of the abilities of the officer's investigation of the case is so inadequate. You cannot go back and fix the solo cups. You can't go back and fix the leaf blower or the Sally port or the lack of investigation of the Alberts home. You can't go back and fix your screw ups. Mods, please. Thank you so much, guys. Um, it is a possibility. Yep. Peggy lost me more than is my kitten in here? No. Okay. I have a kitten. Sometimes she gets in here. Okay, I do want to discuss the case. Let's talk about this. The problem is not just one thing. There's a litany of things. And the way I personally feel, in my humble opinion, I've made it. What? Oh, thank you guys. I so don't want to cry right now. I so don't want to cry. I so could, but I don't want to. We're up to 624 and 79 are watching. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. Y'all are awesome. I love you guys, man. I love you guys, man. Yepers. Okay, so let's talk about the situation with Proctor and how I believe it can affect the trial. Oh, okay. So here's the way I feel. If Proctor is now been removed from position and based on the testimony that he gave in the trial has permitted that to happen, and they've already have an investigation, but now it's gone from we're looking at you to we believe there's enough there to remove you from your position and dive in even deeper and possibly bring charges. God only knows what they're going to do. That to me says that anything that man touched is tainted. Once again, let's look at, I hope I didn't put it, I think I just minimized the letter. It states in here, upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office State Police Detective Unit. This follows our previous decision to open an internal affairs investigation. Now, just because an investigation is open doesn't mean they're going to take action. Okay? After information about serious misconduct emerged in testimony at the trial, the investigation is ongoing. That right there tells me, guys, a whole heck of a lot. That right there tells me that anything that he touched is poisonous fruit from the tree, as I think AR likes to say. Try to follow everyone. Oh, thank you so much. I am trying to keep up with comments, but it is now my first time where I cannot. Oh, it's a good problem. It's a good problem. It's a good problem. Broken Baker is following me. Hi, Broken Baker. How are you? That name sounds interesting. Oh, you want to explain it? It is the fruit of the poisonous tree because it's like, wait a minute, guys. How can anything that man had his fingers in now be allowed into evidence? The defense case can only get stronger because they can bring on new evidence and witnesses. That's true. A Commonwealth has to roll with what they started with. That's true. And they still have Jim Proctor, Higgins, and Colin. Do you know what? We'll talk about that. Why do you think they waited to, mistrial? If she's found guilty, would they have rehomed Proctor? I think they still would have. I think that Proctor has cooked his goose. That is, no matter what happened with this trial. I don't feel that Karen should be tried again because Proctor, once again, the prosecution has a better chance of losing. The prosecution has a better chance of losing. They're stuck with their evidence. Unless something new pops up and it's given to both sides, they are stuck with the evidence. And the fact that the FBI had given both sides their evidence. Proctor. Yeah. Since both sides were given the same evidence, and the fact that let's see what I wrote so I don't forget. I don't feel that if Karen is to be tried again, the prosecution has any better chance of winning because their evidence is what it is. They may be able to bring in new experts, but the fact of the ability, I read that. I'm sorry. I lost my place. Well, also, where do the information of the FBI investigation may be able to enter the case? Hi, Tara Isaac. Welcome. I keep wondering about Higgins' new statement. If a tall, dark hair guy. That right there is definitely an interesting part of this. That is doubt. That is reasonable doubt. The attraction. Oh, it has caught the world over. You've seen it. Oh, I lost it. Let me get you back up. Hi, baby girl. Good job. The case has attracted attention all over the world as seen news. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I need to do a quick text real quick. No problem, guys. We got it. Let me do this. I'm going to mute you for a split sec. I got an urgent text. So what's going on here for me is and let's talk about the FBI. Oh, I'm going to back up to Proctor. So anything that Proctor has touched or been a part of in this trial should be automatically thrown out, in my humble opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but if I was a juror and I found out what I found out, and then say they retry this case and it comes out that he was removed from his position because of, as they put it, investigation from his misconduct emerged, serious misconduct, I would venture to say that the taillight evidence would not be in play. Pretty much 90% of their evidence would not be in play. What is your opinion on that? If they try this again and Proctor and all that testifies again, Do you believe, or what do you believe about all the evidence that Proctor had a part of? Should the evidence come into play? I'd rather be wrong than right. But please comment on my question. The tow truck driver said he didn't drive the car Sally Port. He dropped it outside of the Sally Port. He confirmed it. Yeah. By the way, someone asked who was poking at me. Sensei, come up. This here is my service dog, Sensei, who's a beautiful black lab who tells me when people are here. Yeah. Okay, go back under. You're a good girl. Under. She alerts me to doorbells, cell phones, and all that kind of stuff. I know, right, Darlene? You're right. Y'all don't forget to put comment hashtag I subbed. I'll be giving away a free Yeti. Not a Yeti. Starbucks tumbler. I'm going to be doing mail outs this coming week. So I've got several to mail out. So we need to get you in. Let me see. So if Proctor is actually disciplined, removed from, he's being disciplined, sort of, he's being removed. At this point, thank you so much. I don't think they have a case anymore. Yes, Broken Baker, please. I don't know who you are, but please, please. Teresa Super. Oh, thank you, everybody. Remember, comment I subbed. Okay. So I don't know how they have a case with the evidence that's attached to Proctor. The testimony that he was a witness to, all of that should not come in. You're nobody out of Denmark. You are somebody. In this channel, everybody is somebody. Everybody is definitely somebody here. So if the DA tries this case again, I don't see how they're going to have enough evidence to do so. I would fight, if I was Karen's attorneys, that any evidence that is tied to Proctor is dismissed from the case, and then they have nothing. Okay, that is my humble opinion. The other thing is one thing I felt that the defense didn't do that I would want them to do is to address the the audio and the text with Karen Reed. I think that was a weak point on their side. Yep, exactly. Well, let's go back. Lolly was not the lead prosecutor. He was forced to take this, and I'm not sure he wanted it. Honestly, I would think he doesn't want this. But oh God, what's that guy's name with the M? He is the one that should have had this case. That he should have been prosecuting this case. But because he's under investigation, he cannot. There's even a thought that Lally made himself a witness when he played the interview video without revealing that is what. Ah, good point. Good point. Very good point. Oh, happy to meet everybody, Johnny. Sylvie, oh, Morrissey, thank you. Morrissey is the one who should have tried this case. Now that Proctor is suspended and removed, the case will be thrown out as he is tampered. Exactly. Exactly. That's the way I feel. I feel that as well. I really hope and pray that. And it should be dismissed with prejudice so they cannot come back after. And then I hope the FBI gets involved and search for the real killer. Normally, FBI doesn't do that from what I'm told. From what I am told. But what is you guys, all of your humble opinions about the audio and the text messages from Karen to John with her outburst? I think, I don't think it leads to guilt. And the other question I have is the alcohol levels and her health. Those are the 2 points I would have loved the defense to have talked about. Was number one, She was hurt, she was angry, she was scared, whatever. Address the F you, I hate you voice messages and some of the texts, and also the alcohol levels and her health. That is very important. But at this point, they didn't make that. The jury didn't even make it to that part of the sentencing. Verdict because they couldn't get past the first. Is it possible to get a taillight evidence thrown out due to the fact that Canton PD, MSPD did not leave a PD person to guard the area in question where John O'Keefe passed away? Meaning, that was a question that was put before me. The thing that bothered me with that section of the trial was they left the scene between 6 and 7 in the morning and didn't return till the afternoon. Did not leave a police officer to at least maintain the debris field, as I call it, from the accident. And that to me was huge because if everybody drove away, how do we know who or how those pieces of tail light got there? It was left unsecured. We're all in with KR. Yeah. Oh, love the name Sensei. Thank you. She is absolutely beautiful. God help us if anybody reads our text or hears any angry voicemails. This case is so important because it could happen to any of us. You know, I had a lawyer friend once tell me, we are all 1 second away from being in jail. 1 second, one decision away from being in jail. Although I never talked that way to my ex-husband, I can see it being a normal part of a relationship. It's not necessarily indicator of guilt. Exactly. It's not an indicator of guilt. And, you know, does it put her in a beautiful light? Absolutely not. But I didn't talk to my ex-husband that way. But my first relationship, he talked to me that way. And, but did he kill me? No. Aw. Oh my gosh. Let's say when the witnesses retestify, that's something somebody brought up as well. So some people have been very concerned about the witnesses retestifying because they're concerned they're going to change their verdict. I mean, their testimony. They can't because when they testify, they have everything's in record. And just let's think about this. It's going to cost approximately 30 grand to purchase a transcript from this trial or more. And if I am the defense and if this continues, I definitely would. Here's the thing. When people testify, well, first of all, they have their first interview with the police, sometimes 2 or 3. Then they go before the grand jury. Then there was a secret grand jury. So I know of one person has testified up to 5 times. Then they come into trial. That's testimony number 6. There will be small errors and minute changes in their testimony. So you will have places where one can impeach the witnesses. You don't want to give them more. So one of the important things is not to change your testimony. You did see some of those impeachment efforts this time because they were coming, well, you said back here and you said back there. And they were very minuscule changes, but they were on top of it. Broken Baker and Vahalla awaits vacation, but please, once you are back, I'll come back and chat. Oh, I would definitely love to meet you both. And if you guys like, I do open my stream up. Don't save. I do open my stream up. I do have people come on. Anybody who wants to come on, I will gladly have you as long as you're respectful. How much did they spend for the first trial? I want to know how much the Commonwealth spent. But I will say, the only good thing for the Commonwealth is all of the people that showed up to support Karen Reed poured a ton of money into that community, both in hotels, shopping, food, all of that. All of that. Uh, you are welcome to come on anytime. No relationship is perfect. Couples argues, say things that you may not necessarily mean. Sometimes you're even ignored, but yeah, definitely. It was a waste. I would say millions, definitely millions. Millions. Okay, we can do that. Definitely do that. Let me do this. I'm going to go back and edit my post on YouTube and add my link so you can come on. Give me a split second. I will edit. Hung jury. So under the hung jury, you'll see a link. Click on that. You can come on. Save changes. There. Oh, I did not do that. What? Um, no. Why are we doing that? That's not what I asked. Edit. Oh, I see what I do. I gotta go. I got to go here. Got to go to the actual stream. Okay. Edit video. All right. Under hung jury is the link. I don't mind doing a panel, but here's the thing: you must have a camera. I am not going to. Yeah, we got to be careful. You must have a camera. And just so you guys know where we are right now, which I am sure is going to shock me. Let's see. 636 subscribers, 115 watching. Okay, guys, this is the most I've had watching on YouTube all at one time. Thank you so much. 636 subscribers. Okay, I've got 76 likes. OMG, this is so awesome. I don't know what to do to myself. I don't know what to do with myself. Oh my gosh. So, broke, yeah. Okay, all you have to do is click on the link. When you pop up in my feed, I'll let you on. Uh, Ada, have you not met these two hands? Y'all, I haven't met anybody. It's gonna be fun. All right, guys, am I in trouble? Am I opening myself up for trouble? Hold on. I just called my son. He's in the next room. We do that all the time. I remember when the commercial came out, um, and the grandson is sitting in his bedroom, and he calls his grandmother to bring him some tea or something or whatever, and um, and and I was like, oh my gosh, just get up and go. I was like, what? And now what do? We call the person in the next room instead of getting up. Oh my gosh, Rodney. Oh. Oh, well, fabulous. That is fabulous. Oh my gosh. They are gentlemen, don't worry. Yes, I know you couldn't hear me. I was on the phone with my son. He blesses me with an awesome, awesome office. No, I have not. Thank you for subbing. I just spelt something wrong on that banner. Oh my gosh, I am so embarrassed. I can't believe it. I did it so fast. I did it so darn fast. That is so weird. My bad. I feel horrible. I am looking at things. He has not popped in. Uh, comment comment. I am so sorry. It happens. There we go. Scroll. Okay. Enter. There we go. I am severely dyslexic, so sometimes I don't say things right. Uh, he said the link wasn't working. Okay, let me go back and do the invite link again. Copy. I'm going to copy it this way. Control copy. Let me go back. Edit video again. That's weird. It should work. I copied it directly from my thing. I'll test it. Let me get it out of there and then I will test it. Okay. Enter. Let me save it. Let me test it. I'll make sure to test it because I don't want this to be a problem. Okay, I'm going to go up and test my own link. If I can I? Control copy. Here, Control V, enter. It works for me. Try it again. Just copy and paste it. Copy and paste it because it's working for me. If worst case, I'll put it in the comments here and then delete it. Hello, all. I just heard the count was 10 guilty and 2 not guilty. I I I haven't heard that. Where are we hearing that? Let me get on X and see what's happening. Notifications. Let me see what they're saying. If anybody knows exactly where that is, because I just want to confirm it before I put it out there. I'm just trying to be careful. I don't want to have false information out there. Okay, so I'm going to also post the link here just in case he can't get on. And then once he's up, I'll delete it. Okay, we got it all up there. He should be able to get on because I double checked it. You know, it very well. I also heard it was 7-3. I mean, I've heard different things. It's information. Yeah. We may not even be able, we may not hear this at all. We may not hear it at all, the actual true numbers until the 22nd. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. Yeah, there's no proof. And that's where I'm kind of like, I'm not going to spread it. If there's no proof, I'm not going to spread it. I'm just not. just being very, very respectful. Um, don't want to do that at all. Oh my gosh, we got 642 subscribers. Sorry for my ears. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. So sorry. There he is. I'm going to bring him on. Add to. Hello. I have seen you before.
Hello. Yeah.
How are
thanks for
you
having me on.
doing?
Well, I'm on vacation now, so I'm doing great.
I have watched some of your videos
Well, thank you so much. It's you
and
shouldn't
I
do that. They're
did
not that great.
subscribe.
It's but no, the 10 and 2 is a myth. It's because I don't know
Yeah.
if you know the guy called Grant Smith Ellis. He's an idiot. He's always spreading the weirdest stories. He is very closely connected to Katie Peters, if you know that woman, and that Lindsay Gattani, who filed charges against Turtle Boy, and he was. Someone asked him yesterday. No, someone asked someone else yesterday if they've ever been on a jury and how it was, and a guy said, "Well, I was in a traffic crash case, and it ended 10-2 as a hung jury." And Grant, because he never ever does any other fact checking other than how strong his weed is, put that out there as it was a truth. He's an absolute idiot, and that's one of the things in this case. The two sides of it. It's oh, that's a weird layout.
Well, which do you prefer?
I,
All right. I have some. Let me explain. I have deaf people who lip read.
oh,
So
okay.
is this too
No,
close? I can back it off.
no. I just have to get because I always run it in the smaller ones. But again, it's your channel. I shouldn't complain about anything. But no, looking at the two sides in this case, it's so remarkable how the one side is always antagonistic, hateful. Um, you saw Paul O'Keefe on his way out of court yesterday, and the other side has been outside for 2 months, happy, clapping, supporting each other, supporting all of us creators who is covering this trial, and the rest of them they feel it feels like they're so jealous. Every creator who, well, the two creators who really have covered the anti-care and read side, they're always complaining, calling the rest of us grifters, calling us just out to grab money. I get so much hate on Twitter by one girl claiming that, oh, you're just grifting off of this and you're always just trying to latch on to bigger channels. And I've been covering this for a year. I've been here when no one else, other than we were 5 people when we began, and all of a sudden it blew up. It got the Barbra Streisand effect going, and
Well,
they don't have anything other than, oh, you're so bad.
right. Well, I want to do something. I do this every live because first of all, I'm not monetized. And so I didn't make a penny off of this at all. This was an accident. I'm doing this to open up the venue to deaf and hard of hearing people because later I go back and I interpret what I say. So
Oh, I
they
didn't.
have access because I'm deaf without my hearing aids. I grew up hearing. I became deaf as an adult and I went to school to learn ASL and to be an interpreter for the deaf. And so that's how I got into this. But I also tell my viewers, we're not here for sheer entertainment. We're here for justice. And if you will give me the honor of about 6 seconds of silence, I do this every video. This is to honor the true victim, not the O'Keefes, not McCabe's, not the Alberts, the victim himself. That is why we're here.
Yeah,
And
and a lot of people have missed that. The only thing I can do in sign language is, I just learned it when I was in Tennessee last month, is not appropriate or something like that. Wasn't it something?
Not correct.
Well,
So put your
Wallstrom,
finger in. Not correct. Not. There you go. There you go.
Wallstrom, you teach me wrong. He's in chat now,
Okay.
so you can tell me he's wrong.
Well, but here's this trial is so full of bull. I got to get really back. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, that's I knew that one.
Or
got
if
that
you're
one.
lazy, it's BS. So, but I am just absolutely, well, first of all, I'm floored by the love and how I've been received. I I watched Emily D. Baker when she was, what I say, panhandling cell phones, when she was doing the cell phone launch reviews, and then I kind of lost her and came back. And Recovery Addict has been fabulous, and I'm getting to meet fabulous people like you. And I want to open this up to the deaf community, and that is my end game. I cannot interpret what is being said in court because I'm not a certified court interpreter and I do not want to be one. So I'm working on maybe seeing I have somebody I know who is. And once I get monetized, then I want to be able to hire her to come in and interpret the court side. So that's my end goal.
Well, then every one of the 135 people should remember to like and subscribe.
Yes, please, please, please,
So,
please, please. And I am
until next
giving
time.
away Tumblr.
Oh, you're making me look bad because I don't do giveaways. I just sit here and grift. It's
Well, I got to be honest. I have an addiction, and
my
so do you
my
know?
co-host
Do
would
you,
love you
do you know when
because
you go to Starbucks and you use your phone and you get points? I
we
use
don't
them.
really have Starbucks in Denmark, so
Oh,
that's
well,
not that common.
send me that person's information or your contact, your address and name, full name and address, and I'll send your
Well,
co-host a special.
it'll be really expensive to send it to Denmark. It's like $50 just to ship stuff like that. But no, I co-host with a lovely lady called Jamie, and she has all the bedazzled knockoff Yetis, and she is she loves stuff like that. Oh, you and her would get along just fine. Yeah, she has all the. I'm trying to make her and some other ladies have a stream where they just talk about being ladies instead of
Oh,
always
that
talking.
hey, I'd join that one. I'd gladly join that one.
Yeah,
So I would love to visit with you since you've been doing this for so long. And see, I want to come into these cases as an alternate juror. I think there's a lot of people out there who do all the research and have all that information, but I'm trying so hard to come in as everybody else. You know, just a person who doesn't know much about the case. So, what is your thoughts about the situation with Proctor? And if Proctor is in the trouble that he's in, then wouldn't that mean that the information in which was gained by him should be thrown out, correct?
no, the gatekeeper of the evidence is Judge Bev, and we have been screaming for months about where's the chain of custody, and she can rule everything is good or everything is bad. I was thinking is the reason they didn't do much of a demonstrative in the closing for the defense because they knew she wouldn't allow. I would have had demonstratives of dog bites. I would have had demonstratives of John O'Keefe height person next to the car to show that the arm wouldn't match with the tail light. I think Bev have been running so bad And talking about so bad, Valhalla in the background too. Oh my god, he's been doing it, dual streaming it with me the entire time. So he's a funny fellow as well. But no, I think they can use all of it again. But how strong is the evidence they got from him? That's my problem. Is you want to do this trial over? The defense can do whatever they want. They can change all the strategy. They won't get new evidence for the prosecution, and their evidence was so bad from the get-go. Trooper Paul, who said, I couldn't do the math because the math would wildly underestimate the speed of the car, which means in layman talk, my 24 miles per hour couldn't have flung him 20 feet off the road. So my math is bad, but you still have to believe me. I just didn't do the math.
Well, and he was also saying 12 feet-ish, 30 feet-ish about. I'm like, dude, the moment as a first responder, I mean, as soon as the victim is removed, the police go in and they mark where the head is, where the hands, where the feet. Once they're in the ambulance, now it's a scene. Now it's your responsibility to maintain and document that scene. And they didn't do that. So when he comes in hours later, day later, weeks later, whatever, and he does this, he goes, well, he was somewhere over here. So it's approximately this number of feet. And I went, it's like hand grenades and horseshoes. It doesn't count. You've got to have specific locations. You can't do this. It doesn't work that way. And
No,
that's one thing that really pissed me off.
and that's the thing, because when he said and stuff and it just did, that's not
Yep.
science. That's
No.
stupidity. So yeah, they didn't have any evidence. They had speculation. They had assumptions. They had nothing to prove the stuff. It's and how did the phone and the glass end up under him? It just did. You don't know me that well,
It
but
can't.
I'm a layman of 13 years in Denmark. I've done over 50 cases as that's our jury system. I've never ever heard anyone testify that the drugs just went there. Well, I heard some defendants do that, but never a police. We would never buy a police officer saying, how did the weed end up in his pocket? Well, it just did. Okay, he's guilty. You would never ever
No.
buy that. You would automatically feel this is too stupid. And I think Valhalla is in the back room.
Is where?
Is he's in? He's waiting. I don't know what you call it. The green room, as we call it.
Yes, I'm getting ready to add him.
Oh,
Hi.
Well, hello.
Hello. How are we doing?
I am doing great. Oh, love the beard.
Well, thank
My
you.
son has a beard. Both of you. Welcome to my show. I am so humbled. Oh my gosh.
Thanks for having me.
You are welcome. Welcome. Where are you from?
I'm in East Tennessee.
Where in East Tennessee?
We just leave it at East Tennessee.
I was born in Bristol.
Okay. I'm not in Bristol, but I'm in East Tennessee.
I'm a Tennessee girl.
Nice. I'm originally
but now I live in Texas.
I'm originally from Illinois. I've been here since 2017, and I
cool.
Love it. I absolutely love it.
Well, y'all keep going. What is your humble opinion? I'm going to make a baseball cap that says "in my humble opinion," but I was going to break it out as IMOP. Was it in my humble opinion? IMH. Oh, but then if you look at it, it looks like it says I'm a hoe. So I thought,
awesome.
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I still may. Who knows? So, Vahalla, go ahead. You have the floor. Alison Baker, you two.
Well, Baker and I, we've been covering this trial since way before it started. We've been doing this for like a year at least, right? We were covering
Yeah.
it.
Mhm,
We had Turtle Boy came on and told us all about it before it ever went to trial, and it's kind of crazy how the whole thing blew up. You know, it became not just national news but international news, as my Danish friend can attest to.
mhm, mhm.
It's just kind of crazy. I don't know.
It was so
Okay,
weird.
question.
Today I was
Go ahead.
riding with my sister. My sister lives in Switzerland, and we were talking about we're going to Rome later in the year, and she said, "Oh, what you doing?" I said, "Well, I've been covering this case, been stuck in it." And she said, "What case?" Because she thought it was I had been doing the case as a layman. I said, "Well, the Karen Reed. Oh, the hung jury," and she never ever really talks about. Like trials and stuff like that. She watched the JD and AH, and she got a little bit of the Murdoch trial, but this is the first time where she knew the case before I really talked about it.
That's kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah,
Especially somebody that doesn't, follow American or law or whatever. That's pretty nuts.
Well,
well,
I
she's
feel really bad because I didn't know anything about this case. I used to just sit and watch everybody else do what we're doing. And I decided that I was going to start something called the alternate juror because, not the alternate juror, I'm sorry, jail widow, because I lost my husband to prison and there was no support. There was I couldn't find anything. What do I do? How do you handle things? And this was back in '09, and I had 2 young children. I didn't know how to survive. And then I decided, well, I'm going to cover a trial just to get used to all my equipment. Now, I don't know if y'all saw here is my equipment. You can see what I've got. And I just Googled what's the best thing to have to do this. And Recovery Addict now loves me because we have pretty much the same equipment,
That's awesome.
minus 1 or 2 little things, but expensive things. But this kind of blew up. And I thought, well, somebody said cover the Karen Reed trial because it's going to go for about 8 weeks. And that will give me time to learn how to do all this. And it just exploded. And I'm so happy and I'm so honored and humbled to have y'all here. Um, Before the trial began, what do you think you thought was going to be the biggest hurdle to get to an innocent in this case before the trial began? What was
uh,
going to have to be proven?
I thought
I
the biggest hurdle was going to be the corruption, if I'm being completely honest. I thought that
Mhm.
it was pretty obvious that the facts of the case didn't match the facts of the evening. And it appeared at first glance, and I still stand by this, that a lot of those cops were doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing.
I think the biggest hurdle would be Judge Bev because I felt like she was constantly harassing the defense on the way in. Um, I think she would be the biggest problem, and I think it showed during the trial that she was very biased against the
Well,
defense in this trial.
it showed in the pretrial motions as well. I mean, when the defense and Commonwealth are asking for delays and the judge is saying no, we're going to go ahead with it anyway. I mean, that's an issue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we know now what she had from the FBI. They had clear evidence that car never hit that body. That body was never hit by that car. At what point should she say, Lally, go home. You're drunk. You can't run a trial on this. But she let it go. She let it go for 2 months with her crazy half days. We're going to take 4 days off because I need to go to the beach. It's the lack of respect for both John O'Keefe, because justice wasn't in nowhere near anything followed in this one, and the lack of respect for Karen Reed, because even if she's a defendant, you have both the Fifth and the Sixth Amendment rights to have a proper trial, and she didn't get a proper trial, and she yelled at both Alan Jackson and Yannetti for talking too long, asking the same questions, and narrating videos. What did she let everyone else do? How many times did she ask, "What if any snow?" How many times, "What music did the band play?" How many times? I don't know if you watched that drink video. When I saw it, saw it to begin with and thought, I never see her drinking it.
Well, and to add to that, Trooper Buchanan, when he was narrating his video, he was narrating things that I didn't see happening on the video. He was just making things up, it appeared to me. And it was like that throughout the case. Like Baker said earlier, when the FBI report, when their evidence came out and the ARCA guys said that this couldn't have happened, this whole thing should have been dismissed right then and there, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it should have been. And, now that I'm going back and looking at everything, I have to admit, I did look at a little bit through this trial just so I could help understand the comments and everything. And Brandy Churchwell, I mean, her
She's
charts
awesome.
were,
Great.
She's amazing.
I got permission from her to show this and share it because it was just too many Brians and too many Alberts. And it was just a little overwhelming for my first trial. But what is your opinion? First of all, okay, everybody's saying dog bite on the arm. And once again, I was coming in here with no knowledge, just like a jury. And when they pulled the glass out of the bag, I said, if this is not a dog bite, then it's a glass. If the glass was used in the fight, say they hit him on the back of the head with the glass, it broke, then they were fighting in it, because a glass will puncture and then drag as well. But then I started seeing more, and I had only seen one like nanosecond shot of the picture. I didn't actually have a time to analyze the picture. I believe it's a dog bite. But what is your theory of what happened that night? From everything that you know, because you know far more than I do.
I think he got beat up, certainly. And I think the dog probably bit him in the midst of this fight. I'm not certain as to who the fight was with. Colin Albert seems to be very suspicious. Higgins, I think, had way more motivation to do this than anybody else in the entire picture. The ATF agent Higgins, I think he was very likely involved in this fight one way or another. And I think that they ended up dumping him in the front yard because it's Canton and nobody's going to investigate a police house that, everybody claims he was never at. So there's too many things that are missing. You're missing most of the glass container. You're missing most of that. You're missing a tremendous amount of blood out of John O'Keefe that never got brought up in the trial. And I don't understand how or why that happened.
I don't either. That, as a first responder, that was the first thing that I was like, and I said, okay, well, if someone's head gets pushed in the snow, it's going to coagulate a little quicker, but there still should be a puddle like this of blood, and the blood is warm, so it's going to melt that snow.
Certainly more than 6 drops.
Thing was
certainly
just dropped, yeah.
Certainly more than 6
definitely
drops.
more than that was there. And then I kept telling people, I want to see the shirt. I want to see the shirt, both for the bite marks, but where's the blood? And all the blood, if he's laying down, if he was hit and he was thrown backwards, and like I said earlier, I have witnessed somebody get hit by a vehicle, and I have attended to multiple scenes, and they're laying down, all of the blood's going to come back, pull in the ears, and all go towards the back of the head. So he definitely was brought into a vertical.
I just shared the
yes, I'm popping that up.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's now. If you look at the back of the shirt, what gets me on the back of the shirt is there is void of spaces where it's a sharp edge. Where if you bring it together, you see the proper pattern, and it's like when you wrinkle up like a tie dye and then you let it go, you're going to see where the pieces meet. So that tells me that the body had been moved. That the blood patterns, I mean, it just doesn't fit. And I hate the saying you must acquit, but it is true. But when you look at the blood patterns on the front, you definitely can see it's all vertical. Everything is flowing downward. And
The-
that to me is definitely fight material. Definitely, definitely.
The only way.
especially
Only way.
when you see back pockets. And CG in Texas says, "Do you all think the defense held back?" No, the defense wanted to win this so badly, and no one know if a juror was fixed. Remember, they have just as many strikes as the state does. We all want to find the conspiracy. We all want to find that magic reason why someone didn't see what we saw, but there isn't any credible stories about it. I know people are saying, well, someone looked funny at someone, or someone rubbed their nose at exactly some point. No one has talked about that. And if anyone planted someone in the jury, they would have to get past the strikes from the defense as well. The defense have just as many strikes as the prosecution. And back to the question you asked before, when I started this trial, I thought I had two things in mind. I had a simple slip and fall in the house. Chloe got on him. He got up because he had that vomit we didn't talk about in his pants.
I know.
But because of the concussion, he got up, flipped him the bird, and said, "F you, I'm going home," and fell over in the snow. As a first responder, well, probably not in Texas, but I live in Denmark. It happens every year. Someone freezes to death because they're drunk. It just happens, and especially if you had a concussion. But after we heard, he was instantly unconscious from when the trauma to the head happened. I looked at the video, I looked at the testimony, and I looked at that little snippet of the waterfall video, and I'm sure Brian Higgins has something to do with it. He was jealous as hell, and he was ready to fight that night. He was 6 cocktails in. He was ready to go.
Well,
did we not just see a video that was being posted with him being Chris Alberts holding him back, and he was yelling at O'Keefe. And by the way, O'Keefe walked out with that beer bottle. He did not walk out with a glass.
Interesting. I believe you. And that
no, when I watched it when he left, he did not have a glass in his hand. If he walked out, because he took a swig of beer before he left. If he left with anything, it was that beer bottle. He did not walk out with the glass. It was in that same video where they're holding back, I believe. That's where I saw it. But when I first started and we started looking at all of this and, started watching the trial, I thought, after the opening arguments, I thought, okay, worst case scenario, she accidentally backed up into him. She may not have realized she hit him. He fell, he hit his head on maybe like the fire hydrant, and he died. That was what I was more anticipating. I found it interesting that they have the fire department there. They could have easily replaced that fire hydrant. I would have taken that fire hydrant in and had it tested for blood.
Well, they didn't.
If that was the case.
Yeah.
They didn't even touch it.
Theory, that wasn't their accusations. There was no blood on the fire hydrant that I'm aware of.
Nope.
Wouldn't test it.
No, but that's the problem again. We go back to what now? Do you want to try this case again? Trooper Paul didn't even know pieces of glass was found near the fire hydrant, and he said, "Well, I followed the linear trajectory of evidence, which would all of a sudden skew it 45 degrees." It's you're sitting here thinking, how can you be paid taxpayer money to be this bad at your job?
Well, fail upwards.
You use
and do you know that PD department is one of the highest paid nationally?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Well, we looked at the salaries. They had a really good pay. I think Paul is getting 120K a year, something like that.
For doing
Proctor's getting almost 2.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Brian Higgins the last year with overtime and pension and sick leave made almost a quarter. So
That's
Mhm.
disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
yeah, but
Yeah.
but that's the big problem. You have to go back. You can't find new evidence. You can find a new expert to do the math on that, but that expert will have the same problem as Tuber Paul. It will grossly underestimate the speed of the vehicle, meaning the car wasn't going fast enough. And again, remember, the defense might get to one or two of the witnesses who was not guilty and say, okay, what do we need to prove next time? What do we need to emphasize? And defense will probably, state will probably ask for a change of venue this time. They did it the first time. It's going to be this. You can't run
Even
this
with the
trial
change of
every time.
venue, this is going to be brutal to find a jury.
I don't think there's any way they bring this a second time. I think that they'll say they're gonna, and on July 22nd at that hearing, there's a tainted jury pool. There's no way we can find a jury to do this. Blah blah blah. I think
We
that
still
they'll-
believe she's guilty, but on the
Yes.
merit, we don't feel.
I don't
and,
think they'll bring it again,
No,
especially
that's
now
what I said.
with the internal affairs and the FBI investigation, and Proctor being relieved of duty, and there's no way. There's no
Yeah,
way.
he's been sent to Vermont.
If the
to
governor
the
of the state allows this to continue, that would disappoint me. He has the
Yeah.
final say.
she
He can say no.
She.
Well, he in our state, she can say no.
Yeah,
One of the what was
and she actually was out and saying she was appalled by the messages from Trooper Paul, all those nasty anti-woman messages. And again, your star witness will be the guy who's used the C word, who talked about lewd photos. You have to bring him back. If you don't have him, then you have Sergeant Buchanek, who has to testify. Oh, my name on the evidence back, I didn't put it there. That was someone else. Who was that?
Well,
we can't talk about him now.
Remember also that he and Tully were part of these group conversations. They were part of these chats. They didn't say, "Hey, man, don't talk like that." They responded with "LOL" or they're just as implicit, even if it wasn't.
all
their
of
own
them are
language.
just as guilty. I want to say something real quick. I actually lost my crap when, because we're in the daytime. Well, we're after 2 hours. I literally lost my shit when I saw the solo cups coming out and the leaf blowers. And I called up one of my friends who's a retired evidence and investigator, and she trained people on evidence collecting. And I called her and I said, was this on my bingo card? No. And then the way
destroyed
they
that scene.
tested the shirts for the dog DNA with the 2 Q-tips. Oh, I'm speaking I actually have a legit professionally trained service dog down here. She
Nice.
heard me say dog and she jumped up. Good girl, lay down. Because I can't hear the door knocks or anything like that. So the funny thing is that they kept people freaked out over pig, and I'm like, no, that's dog, because
Pig ear
90%
or dog boy.
of dog chewies are made from pig. So if that dog had just been chewing on that, that's going to be a stronger balance in the saliva versus their own. I mean, it's going to overcome, it's going to be more than their own. So, but anyway, I was just like, solo cup, you can cover with a solo cup, you can cover it with something. But but to collect it, and it came from another police officer's home, why did he say, no, you can't do this? What the hell are you thinking?
The level of incompetence involved
It's just
in the
insane.
evidence collection, it's more than insane. It's almost certainly intentional. They destroyed every piece of evidence that was worthwhile. They destroyed the entire scene. I can't imagine that was a complete accident. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they can't use a leaf blower to blow debris all over a crash scene before they mark any evidence. It's asinine. The whole thing was absolutely asinine.
Well, I have a question to you. One thing that got me, and it hit me right pretty early. The officer on scene, Officer Saraf, the first officer on scene, is a first responder. by the camera evidence, not what was said, but also what was said, did not go over and relieve the CPR right away. And that is his first duty, is to do that, not stand there and talk to the women. And then I got to thinking, do you think Proctor very well could have notified somebody that something has happened, so when they show up on scene, they already start screwing it up? I'm sorry,
No,
Brian
Yeah,
Albert. I'm
I was
sorry, I'm bad.
no,
I'm dyslexic as hell, but Brian Albert, it just seemed to me from the moment they arrived, it couldn't go that bad. I mean,
So the one thing that I would keep in mind is that the 911 call, they suspected that he had already passed, right? So the information they had
right,
wasn't that there was somebody struggling for life. The information they had is it's likely a body at this point. So I think we got to
right.
keep that in mind a little bit. But the more important thing that I would point out in that video specifically is the lack of all of the police that live there coming out to help,
yeah.
the lack of any police officer on that scene hearing Karen Reed say, "I hit him," or
That
acting
was
in
going to be my
accordance with
next point on my list. Go
And
for it.
and I have to point out, and I have to get off. My dinner just. I heard my air fryer just go off, so it's dinner time in Denmark.
Nice.
But the one thing I would do for the defense the next time, I would play that video for Jen McCabe and said, "Do you see that timestamp up there? You said you had a prayer meeting in the back of the car at 6:23. Can you see your phone record? What were you doing at 6:23? You weren't googling how long to die in the cold. You were calling your sister, who picked up the phone. You didn't talk to her, but she picked up the phone.
Like a
Oh, and
signal
what?
almost.
Yeah, and it's almost like you're lying. But I I have to say thank you for bringing us on. This is going to be very interesting to follow the next 3 weeks, because this ain't over.
No, not
And
even close.
again, it's a crazy case, and we're 230 people watching right now. Remember to hit the like and subscribe and do all the nice things, and then hopefully you have a great experience. I've had a wonderful experience with all the people in chat. They are so nice. It's all only on
I
Twitter.
got really blessed with a real. Please, and I'm going to say this: I would love to come on anytime you guys have anything going on. I would love to come chat with you. I'm available anytime. This is pretty much all I'm doing. I mean, I do a lot of things, but
Are you on Twitter or?
I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. I just got on all of them.
I normally use Twitter to send links and stuff like that. So we'll keep that in mind. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump off, eat some food. Valhalla, behave yourself when Daddy's gone.
I was gonna probably back out at the same time. I need to get some things done around here before I have a stream tonight at 6. So I gotta get a couple things accomplished before
Well, I will be watching your stream at 6:00.
Well, thank you so much. It was great to meet you. And
Wonderful to meet you guys.
Chat, y'all do the YouTubey things. You know what to do. Make it happen.
Yeah, and behave even if Valhalla leaves. Stay and have fun. She's giving away a tumbler. You have to write hashtag I sub.
I subbed.
I
It's
sub.
it's running on the banner. I'm Starbucks
there you go.
tumbler.
There you go.
But
I told
thank you
Jamie
very
about
much,
it.
Baker.
She loves
We-
it. So,
Thank you so much. We'll be talking to you soon.
Sounds good.
hopefully.
Have a
Have
good
fun,
one.
everyone.
Later,
Bye.
y'all.
Bye-bye, guys. Did that just happen? Did that just happen? Did that just happen? I need a moment. Oh my gosh, let's see where we are. We have 200 people watching. I've never had 200 people on YouTube watching. Come on, guys, 661 subscribers. We are so trying to get to 1,000. Please comment, like, and subscribe. It means the world to me. I'm trying to open this up to a new community that does not normally get access. As you can tell with this live, for some reason, the captionings aren't working. So that's why it's very, very important, very, very important for me to be able to bring this to, excuse me, to the disabled community. If there's anybody else y'all want to come on live and you can connect me with, please do, guys. Oh my gosh, you guys are so awesome. I have no problem. See you. See you next. I told you they are such nanny goat. They are such gentlemen. They are such a blessing. I am so excited. I am almost speechless. I don't want to cry. We are deaf, not disabled. And I tell people, don't use the word impaired. Hearing impaired is a no-no. You're not broken. We're deaf, a hard of hearing. Yes, he's been relieved of his duties. During this investigation, he has not been fired, but he has been relieved. My makeup is on point. Well, by the way, guys, I've been a makeup artist since 1989. I have a makeup studio in the office right next door. I do a lot of makeup at night for weddings and whatnot. Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome. Any of you guys want to come on? You're more than welcome to come on. You can come on. I would love to have you. Like I said, this is not just about me. This is for you. I mean, I love watching all these other people. I love watching other channels. But one thing is I love to have people come on because your opinion is very valuable. 77 years old. I just got my first pair of AIDS. My wife is 82 and had hers for years now. It is vitally important when you are starting your hearing loss journey that you go ahead and get in hearing aids because the adjustment is easier than if you just hold out and you're forced into them. And if you, by the way, I'm a deaf, Bruce West, I'm a deaf support specialist. I help educate people how to use the apps, how to adjust to the aids. Reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll be happy to help you at no cost, of course. Let's see. Tian Hale State fan for School for the Deaf Rocks. Oh, yes, it does. We also have an Austin State School for the Deaf in Texas. I'm Broken Baker. Really? Oh, I got you on the wrinkles, honey. By the way, anybody guess my age? Does anybody guess my age? Guess my age. Come on. Guess my age. Oh, we just hit 700. Holy shnight. No ugly crying here. No ugly crying. No ugly crying. Oh, come on. No, seriously, trying not a day over 29. Seriously, guess my age. Most people cannot. Oh my gosh, y'all. We did it. We hit 7. Oh my gosh, y'all. This is freaking amazing. Good morning from New Hampshire. Oh my God. Whew. Whew. I am soon to be 54. I'm between 53 and 54. Yes. I am 53. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh my gosh. And you know what? And I won't say her name because I won't do it, but one of my mods is disabled. I mean, disabilities is not being not able. It's different abilities. And I'm very, very, very excited. Miss Kevin, look what just happened. Miss Kevin, I need you to take over these comments. I can't. It's just, holy crap. Miss Kevin, I love you. Help. Oh my gosh. I am just an hour away from you in a little town called Kerrville. We should get together. Yeah, I want to do a Texas weekend. There's a lot of us from Texas, but one of the things I want to do when we hit 100,000 subscribers is to do a getaway weekend, and everybody's invited to join us and celebrate. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. You got the comments. Go, girlfriend. I missed the one about I have MS. I'm not disabled. Yeah. It does the word disabled really gets me. I wish I could find a way to change that. And just so you know, those of us who do have legit, not legal, there's no legal service dog, but legit service dog. In Texas, we had a fine of $300 for faking a service dog. I got my service dog, and I had so many problems with fake service dogs that I petitioned and went to the Texas government and had the law changed to now it is $1,000 fine and 30 hours of community service with an organization that services the disabled. You can't just go do it anywhere for faking a service dog. So, you guys, I am very much an advocate for disabled people. I prefer to say people with different abilities. That is my personal. I am so shocked. Um, but yes, and I would love to have more people on today. This is awesome. This is absolute. Miss Kevin is all well. Is everything good? Okay, good with little ones and you and everybody. Okay, Miss Kevin is my mod. She's in behind scenes. I don't understand, Miss Kevin, why we do have captioning turned on and we can't get captioning on the live stream. Um, I went and we have some people here who are hard of hearing and would love to have captioning. I went to my own YouTube channel. I pulled up my own feed and I can't get captioning on my feed. I don't understand why.
Hello.
But guys, we have people working on it. Okay.
I figured it out.
Okay. What was it?
I don't know. It's turned off somehow in between streams, and I'm unable to turn it on currently. But I will be able to turn it on after the live is ended, and so rewatch crew will have CC, and I'll have CC back for tomorrow or for the next day.
Yeah, I always, when I go through and set up a live, I always make sure it's turned on. But once again, maybe when we went live for an emergency live yesterday,
that must have been
that may have done it. Yeah. So I am dreadfully sorry. I really am.
Yep. We will have it. We will have it next time.
By the way, everybody, say hello to my fabulous mod. I have several on here. They are all fabulous. But she is now managing in the back. But we have Karen and Eddie, their mods. They have been holding out CG and Tex. All of y'all did fabulous. Thank you so much for everything that you did. Did you not see who we had on here?
I did. I missed it, but I saw. I was like, no way. That is so exciting.
I'm like, I have hearing impairment. I'm not deaf, but closed caption or rewind a lot of trial. Okay, please do me a favor, love. You are not impaired. You are not damaged. You are hard of hearing. Mm-hmm. Now, you may choose whatever title you use for yourself. But I do not like to use the word impaired because that really. Oh, you got it. I'm sorry.
I know you're fine. I'm also gonna.
My
step
hands
back
are off.
and grab some lunch. So you got this. You're doing great. Also, I'm gonna send in the private chat a link to the live sub count, so you can pull that up if you want to, so we can watch the sub counter.
Yes, where are we at on the sub counter? I haven't even looked.
Currently, we are at 707. So 711.
Yay! And
It's
all right,
going up right
all right,
now.
guys. Okay, guys. Let's say this. On the drawing for the entries for the drawing is only 26 of you.
Yeah.
You guys, if you subbed in the last 24 hours, put hashtag I subbed.
Yep.
Because I want y'all to be a part of this. And I'm giving away, not this blue one. This is a special one to me. But I'm giving away a Starbucks tumbler. And you may tell me your color, favorite color for the winner. And that's going to be given away at the end of today's live. And if we hit 1,000 subs, I'm going to be giving away something special.
And dyeing her hair pink.
And dyeing part of my hair pink.
Yes, good.
Not
Everyone,
all of
I
it.
subbed. You could just put I sub. It does not have to say subbed. Hashtag I
We
sub.
got 30.
and
Yeah,
we'll-
it took it.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna grab
Awesome.
some
All
lunch.
right, go have
I'll
your
be in the
lunch.
background if
I
you
got to
need me.
figure out how I'm going to get mine. Do you know what? I'm ordering DoorDash.
Yeah, let's do it. There's 711 subscribers. We can order DoorDash. 714. It's going up as we speak.
All right,
So,
you love Miss Kevin. Go take care of and hop back in.
I will.
Blessings. Thank you, love. So, oh my gosh. We all have limitations in our abilities. Most people can't. You know what? You were so right. Oh, you are so right. I'm going to tell my son to come here for a minute. OMG. OMG. My son's in the office next door. Please come here for a moment. Okay. Now, we are all Karens. It could happen to anyone. Nobody is special. Do you know what? That is something I really want to talk about. And one of the things that's very concerning to me personally right now are the children. They are the pinnacle of victims. I will treat us to DoorDash.
Okay.
What do you want?
Did you get your? Okay.
I will take care of what I can, but I hit over 700
700 what?
subs.
Holy shit!
Yes, and right
Excuse
now,
my French, but
oh no, it's okay. And right now,
you were at like
I've had 200 people at one time watching.
Congratulations.
So we're celebrating.
Surprise me.
No, you order it.
No, I don't have your account info.
Oh no, I'm going to give you my phone and let you order it, please.
You order it.
I'm on live here.
You're the one who want to do it.
Order whatever you want for
Yeah.
us, even if it's Mamacitas. I don't care. All right, so. Great. Now we're up to 36 entries. Guys, come on, keep it going. I really want to have a whole lot more entries. When I started watching Recovery Addict, he had less than 100 people. In less than a year, he got 50K. Yes. And honestly, all right. I'm sorry, Miss Kevin. I didn't realize you were back there. You got the comments. I was really, and I was, yeah. I don't think I'll be him, but I'm happy. I'm so happy. Does this make me an official YouTube creator? I'm an official YouTube creator. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, also click the bell so you know when I'm going on. Unless it's a surprise or impromptu, I always have the next day's posted so you can go on. Oh, Mamacitas. Those of you in Central Texas know what Mamacitas is. It's good Mexican food. They all are cute. You know, this girl's single. What does it say? And your channel is really, it is. You're gonna care. Oh, I just got up 5 a.m. every day. So you know what, guys? I felt weird today because, well, first of all, yesterday I don't take naps, and yesterday, as soon as we got off the live, I sat down and I was all kind of like, ooh, there's an adrenaline letdown, and I definitely had that adrenaline letdown yesterday, and so anyway, I I passed out for 2 hours. My son had to wake me up. And then, of course, I couldn't sleep last night. I just, when I take naps, it really messes me up. Uh, aw. And so, you know, I sat down, so I went to bed last night, couldn't go to sleep, finally took a little helper, and it was so hard to get up this morning. It really, really was. Hi from Narland. Now you live in Fort Worth. Well, welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all are awesome. So one of the things and I guess because of my own experience when my children lost their um, father to prison. They did. I lost my husband to prison. I did not know he was committing a crime. It was horrid experience. I still have the aftershocks through to this day, but I am very worried about the mental health of the children. The mental health of those children is going to be paramount. And, everybody and every child handles the situation in many different ways. And sometimes you think people say, how are the children? Oh, they're doing great. They're doing good in school and they're moving on and ... But I have to tell you, girl, same desire. It was rough. I tell you. It will hit them, and it impacts them at a time that they don't expect it. Depression, the anxiety, all the grief. I mean, it is a many year process for them, and my biggest prayers are for the children. To lose a mother, a few months later, you lose a father, and then I come on every day, usually with court. I've been coming on. Oh, let me go back. So anyway, just keep those children in your prayers. Hello from Netherlands. Oh my God, I can't believe everybody's watching me. What somebody asked, when do you come on? Okay, when court is on, I'm on. Try to be on 15-20 minutes before trial. The next trial we will be watching right now is going to be the Russ trial. The Alec Baldwin trial. I hope you guys join me for that. We will be also doing the Sarah Boone trial, and then of course following this one to the bitter end. But I try to be on. I'm going to try to be on every day, even if it's court hopping. If you guys have something in your country that is on YouTube, you guys want to watch, well, this is for you, not just me. So whatever you want to do, want to watch, voice it, and we will look into it. I feel so foster kids after losing. Yeah, that is my biggest concern at this point. Kids have lost so much. And then they have people like Jim McCabe influence. Yeah, you guys, this is brutal. It is very much brutal. And what's it? Oh, you are sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Like I said, there's so many of you. But all I can say to all of you as a collective thank you. Sarah Boone is going to be very entertaining considering, yeah, it's going to be a shite show. It's going to be awesome. I am going to bring in a laptop and I'm going to try and create a counter like Recovery Addict does. And we're going to try and figure out something to keep track of, something to have some more fun in the game. It is going to be nuts. Do we have a court date for Sarah Boone? I think it's later this year. I don't think it's coming up quite as soon as it is. Do you know what? I now see why I'm missing the private chats. I have what's called a fire radio. When this goes off, when I'm on call, I have to know. Oh, good girl. But it was covering that. Okay, I got it. Now I can see it. My apologies to my private chatters. Um, Let me see what she's done. Oh, yay! We're at 720. You are so awesome. Okay, so it's in October, so we definitely are going to be doing that. And any kind of hearing or court trial or anything made public, we will be watching pertaining to anybody brought on charges through the Karen Reed. Unfortunately, federal courts are not going to be viewable to us live. I am hoping with Miss Jules and some other connections I'm making that we'll be able to get some information. The Sarah Birchmore case, yes, we will be doing that. Now, we have done it where we've had two cases going at the same time. And what I've done is the predominant case will be viewed in the daytime. When that case goes, we'll go back and played the other one at night. I have been known to stream for 14 hours. So if that's what it takes, that's what we're going to do. Because I'm here for you. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay. Uh-oh. I heard a little lulet. I don't know what that was, but I need to brew another cup of coffee. And with that, if you guys will be kind and honor me, I need to give you a word from our sponsor. They have been so kind and to keep me in my coffee. And if you guys are coffee hogs like I am and are snobs and you really, really love coffee, I hope you give these people a try. It is a small town business and they have Keurig, as well as you can see the bags behind me of freshly ground coffee, and they do not have bitter tastes, and they are fabulous. What I'm drinking now is called Tex-Mex Mexican Chiapas Dark Roast, and they do ship, and they do have a monthly program, and it is so smooth. Oh, I'm out of water. Dag nabbit. Let me see if I can get my son in here. But what happens is they do have a monthly subscription. So if you give me a minute, I got to go get water. And while I'm going to do that, I'm going to play the commercial. Hey, y'all. I am so excited. We have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country. I did it. I refilled my water and literally sat in the chair when it ended. That's awesome. Can we get drinks?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are ordering lunch. This is awesome. This company is such a sweet company, and she comes in and she keeps me in coffee. You may hear my coffee machine going back there. It sounds like someone running a little water in the toilet. I apologize. It's my coffee machine. Oh man.
That card.
The 551. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That one. All right. Okay. By the way, I am not going to be looking into the actual cases. I'm going to go in it like a juror is. So I don't have a whole lot of information. I do like to have the players. I do like to know who the players are. But Danny, what's going on? Ah, that's interesting. Thank you for the. Oh, you are so awesome, Miss Kevin. Love you. Mm. Yes, please support this small. When you click on their link, you're going to see they also make old-fashioned looking wagons, like Trail Boss wagons. They have a company. Her husband does the wagons. She does the coffee, and it is so stinking cute. And I'm sorry about the noise. Can't help it. I need a fresh cup of coffee. Sarah Boone is her own worst enemy. Thank you, son. I'll look forward to getting it. Enjoy it. Yes, I have seen just a snippet of her. She looks to me to be a crazy bucket. A bucket of crazy. Christy, I wonder if Sarah will call herself as a witness. Okay, all right, we're going to have fun. Are y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Let me get it over there to it. Voice change. Okay, this is Sarah.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
This is her as her turning. Miss Boone, where were you on the night of the question? Can you guys hear that? It seems very soft to me. Okay, we're good. Okay. Miss Boone, where were you on the night in question?
I think I was getting my nails done. I was with my friend, and we were having a nail party.
And what was the name of that friend?
I don't know.
I don't know enough about the case to go back and forth. I love this voice changer. But I mean, she's going to have multiple personalities if she doesn't already. Okay, that could be interesting, especially it's up to judge whether it's a narrative or she's just questioning. Yeah, this is going to be a whole new level of batch crazy. I am checking my DM on my. Thank you for saying that. Oh my God, it is lit up. Oh my gosh, I apologize, guys. Once again, I'm learning to do all this. What am I looking for? What is going on? I cannot figure out what you're wanting me to look at. Which is it, in the mod text or the general? Okay, I see what you said. You want me to play this video? Okay, let me see if I can do this. Enlarge it. Oops, wait, let me move it over here. Is that what y'all wanted me to do, was to play that video? Woohoo! Ada, play the presser. Okay, give me a quick second. And Miss Kevin, I'm going to have to teach you how to do the share screen. And get this up like this and do all this if you don't know already. Is this what y'all wanted me to play? Let me turn sound on.
No, what happened? I really want to know what happened inside that room. And of course, jurors can voluntarily come forward, even though we don't know who they are, from the court.
Everybody wants to know. That's why we would like to have known what the split is, because there's already all these suggestions online about, oh, it was 10-2 this way, or 6-6, or 7-5. No one knows.
Right.
And until a juror comes forward and says, this is where we were at, and this is what the vote was, no one's going to know. And it's all speculation, and we have to really dismiss it and try to give the jury some space here, because it's difficult to stand in judgment of someone else.
All right, here's
Wow. Okay. So what am I seeing about 10 guilty? Huh? I need to pull. Okay, we're good. What is it? Well, it's okay. Okay, we'll do that. I apologize. Go in there right now. Karen F. Definitely. Cowgirl in Text, is that what you want me to do? I'll be happy to play that. Let me click on it and get it fed. Let me get it streamed up. I'm working on it. Once again, put that down, bring this up. Okay, add to stage and
Yeah, I think I've been very clear, and I want to remain very clear.
whoa, wait. I'm getting an echo. Hold on a minute. I'm getting a double echo. Let me fix that. I apologize. I don't know where that double echo came from. Okay, let's do this. I'm working on it, guys. I don't understand how this got double up here and I'm not finding it. Give me a split second. Once again, guys, this is not an easy way to do this. No, my stream. I'm going to go ahead and close that out. Remove. Okay, we're going to do it again. I apologize. Sometimes things get crossed and we got to figure it out. And add to stage. Play. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been very clear, and I want to remain very clear. Misconduct in any way, shape, or form of the Massachusetts State Police will not be tolerated. I think I've said that I condemn those comments in the strongest terms possible. They are not reflective of the Massachusetts State Police. That's not where we want to be as an organization. And I believe that we will certainly continue to monitor that and as we are moving through the process of our internal affairs investigation. Again, due process, we are evaluating that, looking at it. We're going to continue to investigate it. We have, as you know, initiated a internal affairs investigation early on in this process. Part of that is to monitor the case that was ongoing. We wanted to make sure we had all the information available to us through the trial process. I also want to point out that trial process currently is unresolved, and we have an open internal affairs investigation. So I'm not really in a place where I'm going to comment on that any further. I will say very generally that we monitored the criminal trial in an effort to get as much information as possible, as it may or may not reflect on members of the Massachusetts State Police and their conduct. And we wanted to make sure we had all of that before we made a decision. We also wanted to respect the trial process, and we want to be mindful of the ongoing internal affairs investigation. Yeah, we're going to continue to look at this. And we are hyper-focused on that right now. We have been in a process for the past 16 months of evaluating places for improvement. We are very mindful that there are always improvements to be made on the Massachusetts State Police. We have drilled down and concentrated our efforts on 6 general areas, all that are reflective of what we do on a daily basis and how we are perceived in the public eye. We want to continue to make sure that we can provide the services to the public that they demand and deserve. Those areas where we're concentrating most of our efforts now are, I could break them down and say that in no particular order, community trust, legitimacy, and engagement, diversity, culture as a standalone issue for the Mass State Police, examining that both externally and internally, training, leadership and wellness, and media and public relations. Those are the areas that we're focusing on and have been focusing on for the past 16 months. Well, I think we're gonna see additional scrutiny on all of these investigations as a result of what has come about in regards to the most recent trial, and we're prepared for that. Yeah, I think it's incumbent upon us to be in a continuous cycle of earning, maintaining public trust and legitimacy. That's we cannot do our job effectively without that, and we are hyper focused on being able to do that and conducting ourselves in a way that demonstrates that we can do that and that we are worthy of trust. And as we move forward in this organization, we will be mindful of that. And we will be making sure that we're all doing our very best to show the public that we can be what they need us to be.
Have you been in touch with the feds and their investigation?
I'm not in a position really to say anything about anybody else's investigation. I will tell you that we are still actively involved because there is a trial process ongoing, and we are certainly actively involved in the internal affairs process. Yeah, well, we have to take this head on. We have to be accountable to ourselves, to each other, to the residents and visitors to the Commonwealth. We have to look in the mirror. We have to be hyper focused on making sure that we are professional and that we are in a continuous cycle of evaluation and improvement and refinement. And we need to work very hard to engage the public in a more meaningful way so that we can understand what it is that we need to do and where we want to go in order to maintain trust, build trust, and in some cases regain it. And I believe that those 6 fundamental areas that we're pushing forward are going to help us do that. I'm confident of it. Yeah, I know we were involved in that in a variety of ways. That is a Worcester Police Department investigation. It would probably be better to ask that question of them. We were in a support role. It's a role we find ourselves in frequently, resource provider and force multiplier for the Worcester Police Department. Right. Well, I think in regards to the action we took, yesterday, the important piece for us was to continuously monitor the trial, to take the information provided during the pendency of that trial in-house in order to make the decisions that we made. We made the decisions we made yesterday based on things that we learned during the trial process and in other ways. I can't speak to the impact that it may have moving forward. I know that for us as an organization, we wanted to make sure we took appropriate and decisive action when we had as much information that would allow us to do that, and we did. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, y'all. That is so awesome. I am looking down. What am I looking down at? I'm going to private messages. Okay. I'm too loud. Okay. I'll turn it back. Is that better? I don't know. I didn't change anything. I did not change anything. That is weird. I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. Okay, guys, I want to explain something. I have two. Well, I can show you. I forget. I can do this. Okay. Y'all have no idea how much technology I'm having to pay attention to. Okay. You have no clue. I have to run the soundboard, pay attention to this monitor. I have to pay attention to this. I have Discord, but do you know what upsets me with Discord? See, y'all can see it moving here on my screen. It's wide. When I put it on this screen, it doesn't go to the narrow position. So I also normally have comments. I have about 5 windows that I pay attention to. And I'm trying so hard to keep everybody in line. Guys, we have 300 watching. Thank you so very much. Looky, looky, looky. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm so excited. I love your studio control setup. It is. And see, I googled what do you need to do a professional job as a YouTuber? And this is the equipment that they told me to get. And then I do it. ADK, invite Mo in. Who's Mo? Love to invite Mo in. I'd love people to come in. Oh, good, Eddie. We're here for you. Oh, yes. I would. In the deep end live, I don't know how to. Okay. I don't know how to do that. Mo at Mo in the deep end, go live with Ada. Whoever that is, yes. Bring Mo in. Let him know. Somebody get a hold of him. Somebody get a hold of him. I'm trying. Okay. I'm trying to keep all this. I may have to get another monitor. Yes, Mo, you're more than welcome to come on. Love to have you. But so you know all these people that Mo is she, sorry. Forgive me, Mo. Yes, forgive me. I don't know anybody, so I'm learning. But I want to say this. This is my very first time with all of this happening. So thank you so much, Miss Kevin and CG and Tex and Miss Eddie. And of course, Andrielle is not on right now. I knew she would not be. Everybody, all my mods, you are fabulous. I've learned so much from y'all. As soon as I see someone pop up, I will definitely bring them on. I have 3 using my iPad. I am dyslexic, and I'm going to ask all of you to please do not. Oh, there we are. I'm dyslexic, so please do not leave everything in caps. Hello, Mo. Welcome.
Hello. I
Oh
am
my God,
so
Mo.
jealous of all of your tech. Oh my gosh. Well, I would get it and then I wouldn't be able to use it because I don't do tech. So
I don't
I
either.
feel,
Recovery Addict has been my best friend.
oh my gosh. Yeah, he has I'm jealous of him, but I know I would be dangerous with a bunch of buttons that I don't remember what they do. So I still
My
have a
poor
screen
mods,
tech
though,
that
they
I need to
tried.
take out of the box.
My poor mods we've got Discord, we communicate in, and I've got all this stuff that, I'm trying to. Today's been a great day. Mods, is the volume better? One thing people don't realize is I'm deaf without my hearing aid, so I can't hear my own voice. So,
Oh, okay.
people, please tell me in chat, hey, Ada, a little loud. I understand. So, how is my sound now? Is that better?
It sounds good to me, but I know that
Great.
I hear you differently. So,
Love the red wig today, somebody said.
oh, no, this is my natural hair, actually. I just have all of them because apparently, craziness.
Okay, they say my volume is slightly louder, then I'm going to tone myself down just a little bit. So tell me a little bit about you. I have seen you, but tell me more about you.
Well, let's see. I'm a mom of 6 who got injured 2 years ago, and that kind of really changed how my life worked. I mean, I was a stay-at-home mom. I liked my job, but it changed everything about what I was able to do. And so I was basically forced to sit down, and I got hooked with the Rittenhouse trial. Never thought I would do it myself. And then I started cracking a bunch of jokes in MLS. God of Law, I think, is his new name. But in his chat, he invited me on, and I was like, okay, maybe I can do this. And kind of found my niche with doing a newsy news in the morning and at the evening, because with 6 children, free time is not as great, especially in summer. So I kind of jump in with other people's trials. Your boys, 1 second.
We're good.
So, just working that in. I love trials. My husband loves that I'm not assaulting him with trial facts anymore because I found my tribe that loves it. He's like, I don't ever want to hear about Daryl Brooks again. And I'm like, no one does except for me.
Exactly. I found out real quick that not everybody understands how wonderful this is. My friends are tired of hearing me say, "Hey, did you hear about this?" And they're so happy I'm here now.
Well, yeah, it's weird. You have I have people that I will definitely share this with, and then people who would not get it. Like my mom, she's like, "So what is it you say you do online?" And I'm like, "Never mind, Mom. At least it's not OnlyFans."
So
But it
how
is
long
nice.
have you been doing this?
I believe for about a year and a half. I don't know. I have to look at my thing. I'm just shocked that a bunch of people want to listen to me when I have 6 children who are like, "I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You said what about chores? Where's this going?" So it's so weird, but it's great. And I've met so many people, and it's honestly been really eye-opening how many people struggle with chronic pain and different things, and learning a whole new way of life, a whole new kind of body in 2 years is so strange. But to have people around that do get it, and lovely audience that like if I'm having a bad day, sorry, the stream's just not going to happen, and they get it. That's been really, really cool.
May I ask what happened? Because I have chronic
Oh yeah.
conditions.
So probably the funniest story, and only what happened to me. This all started from my mother. I blame her. But we went on a vacation, and you get those pictures back, and you're like, oh, well, maybe the COOF 19 turned in the COOF 30. So decided to get on a health kick, and I was getting up at 4 a.m. and walking around my really rural neighborhood. And then a deer startled me, and I sort of fell into a drainage ditch. Now, being as though I am super extra, I had ankle weights on. I had a rucksack with like think of 30-kilo plate in it. And, I am just like, only I in the state of Indiana would be attacked by a walking drive-by deer attack. So I broke my bone, and I actually, if you kept up with the Take Care of Maya trial, I actually
Gavel to gavel.
my injury, actually, my entire left leg, they diagnosed it with CRPS. So I kind of went from, pushing through, and you're a mom, you're an auntie, you're just a lady, you're an adult, you push through. And not being able to do that anymore was just, it's still a mind trip some days. And then I guess, what are you dealing with? Which is probably not the most graceful way to say that, but I will learn huming soon.
Well, first of all, I had viral meningitis, was misdiagnosed, and ended up almost dying. Lost my
Oh no,
chunk of hearing, and then
absolutely.
I was diagnosed in the middle while my husband was going through trial, which I lost my husband to prison.
So
He was a
sorry.
physician. And I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. I was in a wheelchair for 6 years because it was so bad in my hips. And so chronic pain, chronic fatigue comes with RA. And I kind of giggle because RA, recovery addict. I'm thinking rheumatoid arthritis.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then because of the situation with the misdiagnosis of the meningitis and the fallout, I have something called intracranial hypertension. And
Okay.
so, but one thing is, and I know this, one of my other sponsors is, and I'll throw it up there, is a kratom. I found kratom has helped me. Some people call it
I would love
kratom.
I would love
We
to.
need to
It's not
talk.
legal. It's not legal in Indiana, but we
Not
can
yet.
talk private. Well, not look, y'all. I'm already running for president. I'm not. I'm not running for governor of Indiana too. I mean, unless they'll let me. I would be empress of the pettyverse, but
Yeah.
I haven't
But
gotten.
the medical the medical world, and my husband was one. There are, a lot of medications that causes a lot of adverse effects. And what took the rest of my hearing is I was on up to 30 milligrams, sometimes 40 of prednisone, and then on a day, and then also taking methotrexate injectables, which is a chemotherapy drug. I've had cancer 3 times. I've gone through chemo treatments 3 times, and it took what was left of my hearing. And I've been seeking out more of the more natural stuff. So, but let's get back to trial. It's so
Yeah.
easy.
I will probably have to pop off in about 20 minutes because I have I'm doing an Epstein rage stream. The transcript that just came out of the Florida grand jury is atrocious.
The transcript?
So the Florida just released the grand jury transcript for when they first tried Epstein. And what those state prosecutors did to these actual victims, accusing them of being ladies of the night, S workers, as minors, as 14-year-olds.
Mods.
And just making them criminals. The jury even jumped in on just harassing the ever living poo out of these victims. And
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what it sparked something in me. I was so mad, and you know what? I have 6 kiddos. I would want, if I were gone, some mom to stand up and be a honey badger. And these girls did not have a honey badger. And these district attorneys, these state's attorneys were allowed to retire in, just as good attorneys in good standing. And I'm sorry, but I've skimmed through it. And no, we're bringing attention to it. I'm not a huge YouTuber or anything. I don't fancy myself to be the voice of justice, but if we can get more eyes on this, then the real sickness that was perpetrated on these victims can get out. And I am probably calling I will not have a nightly news stream because this is going to take it out of me. I don't like kid stuff. I generally avoid it, but this just bothered me so much on a deep mom level that.
Mom, gonna try to hit me with the bat.
Okay, first of all.
Well, one of the things about doing this platform is that we are now bringing to light the court system and the crap and the
Yeah.
muckery and everything that's happening, like with the Karen Reed trial. We would have never known about Proctor. We would have never known about the horrible way that they ran this investigation. Yeah, it is interesting. Oh, by the way, I just got sent a video. Oh, I have watched this, but it's about a 30-minute video, so we're going to watch that in a minute. But so on your take of this, when you started, I assume you watched this gavel to gavel.
I sort of jumped in about week 2, and I hadn't been paying attention to this case. I'm working on the Delphi case. Since I'm close to it, I'm close to like Mooresville, that kind of area. So I really was very intrigued, and I'd been watching the Delphi case forever. So I didn't really pay attention to Karen Reed. And then I got a chance to go onto a stream where I could be that like, hey, excuse me, who are all of these 84 people and why do I care? And then why are we still talking about snow? Is there something I don't know here? And then I proceeded to see what I could not even imagine was an investigation. And it's also very odd that people have, I could expect Rittenhouse to have gotten very spicy, very kind of tribal, but the way Karen Reed has become like a team blood sport has been very interesting to me and kind of sad, because people don't seem to understand that you can hold two thoughts in your head at once. You can think Karen Reed is not guilty, but still want his family, want John's family to get justice, to get the comfort of knowing what happened to their son. And it's like, I blame the Department of Education, but that's just me.
Well, if this case is retried, what do you think they're going to have to do, the prosecution, to win this case? Or is it winnable in your opinion?
I do not think it's winnable. I think they are going to face very stiff encouragement to not proceed with this. I don't know if they've gotten a budget price point of how much the state's already spent on this. But, if there are potholes that aren't being taken care of, if there are things that have, not been done because this case, I don't think they're going to retry it. What I do see as maybe something that the defense could improve upon is, as an outsider, as a person who didn't get into the deep Dune lore of this case, focus on how the investigation doesn't make sense. I care less about Jen McCabe's text than I ever did in my entire life. And I have teen girls, so I get all the text. But, it's much easier. Give me logic. Don't sell me a great story. It's a great story to have all of these people come together and, make this up, but just show me how they didn't do their job. That's all you need to do.
Facts, not the drama.
Yeah. And I get why the defense did it. I understand that, but I think now, once they get a read or a good beat on what the jury thought, they're going to be able to edit their case, whereas the state is stuck with what they have. And if they come up with new, like a journal where she just wrote, I done did it, I mean, no one's going to believe them. So if they come up with some Hail Mary evidence that changes, everything, no one's going to believe them. So I have a feeling that this is going to quietly go away. And I think that the O'Keefes might do a civil trial for Karen.
Yeah, that's something I was kind of mulling around in the back of my head yesterday evening, was just like with the O.J. Simpson. He was found not guilty, but then the family came back and sued in civil. I really struggle with people doing that. I think if you're not found guilty, then the civil should not come in my humble opinion, even though I shouldn't be saying that.
No, it does seem a bit like double jeopardy. It does seem a bit like two bites of the apple, but I can understand. I can understand losing someone and you genuinely feel like they were responsible. You know, I get that. That's where I struggle. I see all sides of the story. So I'm like, well, it could. But it's not going to bring their son back. And if I were going to fight for anything as his family, I would fight to get whatever the feds have. I would say, I demand to know what you guys know. What was in that report, the 3,000 pages from ARCA or ACRA? I always forget them. ARCA. But, I want to know what it is that went on with this case. Why was it so slipshod? Why was this, why were none of the pieces, GPSed? Why did we have, a person even worse than me in trigonometry doing the crash reconstruction? And for the love of God, will someone make a digital, animation of how this man was supposed to do a triple sow cow and a double toe loop, on the curb and then up to the yard?
Are you a gymnast by chance?
No, those are. I watched Ice Castles a lot though, because
oh my god, me too.
Marry Robbie Benson, and I just didn't realize that at 12 that was probably not going to happen for a multitudinous of reasons. But seriously, Mr. Benson, if you want to be a brother husband, or just call me on the cell phone and tell me to wake up at 4 a.m.
Well, the thing that most people don't realize is that I was screaming for it in my mind is, all right, my mother has the same car that Karen Reed has. And I stood next to that and I'm like, I'm 5'5.5" at my best. My son is 6'4" plus. There's no way. No way.
Well,
and why did they not take the car, put a dummy man the same size, and backed up into it? I mean, you have all these crash dummies of all sizes, all heights. You have the means to do this. If you really thought she did back up and hit him, and John was 6'2", correct? Then you would have put a 6'2" dummy, and you would have reacted the entire scene, and you would have figured it out. But do you know what? Maybe they didn't realize it was a no-go and they didn't want to have it in evidence.
Well, and that's the thing, is that unfortunately, I mean, this is just like the Delphi case, in that the investigation was so ridiculously foobar from day one that should we want to find answers, it's going to be so hard, because we lost recordings, we lost this, that, and the other. And what I don't get is how are we to know what happened when John was between 10 and 30 feet away? These pieces were wherever we said they were. I mean, we didn't even measure where height-wise he would have to be to create these dents. I mean, call me crazy, but I thought that was what crash reconstruction was. I mean, I didn't realize I could go to DeVry and get a certificate.
Well, you're right, 100%. I felt that the prosecution let everybody down by not fully doing a crash scene investigation. I think that was huge. You hyped all this up, and then you dropped the ball. Now, some on the other side, people are saying, why didn't the defense do it? First of all, they don't have to.
They don't have the burden.
And that's a ton of money to create that stuff.
Well, why?
They didn't even put her car back up to his car. Let's talk about his car. The picture they showed was not even where the vehicles would have collided. And the vehicle had just been detailed. You see the arm roll on the bumper.
I mean, none of this makes any sense. And they have the ARCA report. The state had the exact same information. I'm sure they did all of this. I know there's parts that they can't talk about yet because of the federal case, but again, it's this where we can watch the same trial and it be two different movies, because you have people that say that the ARCA guys were, paid for and bought by the defense. This is the part that irritates me about dumb people. I'm like, no, the man said 3 times, we didn't pay you. We've never met you. We don't know you. And people are like, he's a shill. He's a shill. I saw it on Kaffin Danger's show, and she is FBI. She's like Clarice Starling. And I'm like, oh, for the love of comprehension, I blame you, Department of Education.
Yeah, it is. And in the end, this whole thing that I keep saying is the children. And I think that the children deserve better. That was their uncle. That was the new parent in their life. The parents, the whole O'Keefe. I don't care how pissed off you are at the O'Keefes. In the end, that family deserves the correct answer. Now,
Yeah.
the thing about the civil suit, I wanted to go back to that. Say they sue her civilly, and 2 years down the road after the payout, they find the real person. New evidence comes to light, and they get a new person and a new conviction. What happens to her suit?
I am not a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer either, but I'm just saying
That's
what I don't like about it.
That I feel like this family has been through just trauma after trauma after trauma. And the grossest thing that I saw the state do was bring in 2 preteens who have lost their mother and their father, and then their new father figure all in once to opine on adult relationships. My 12-year-old son is like, I think mom's mad or something. Like but how dare they? And under the guise of getting him justice. I mean, this whole Aruba thing is ridiculous. This whole, she was mad. I do think that the dynamic between John and his female friends was really, really weird. Bordering. I'm not a touchy-feely person. I wouldn't go up to my friend's husband and like slap him on the behind and ask him for a piggyback. Those are not things that would ever occur to me. But they did seem oddly territorial of John. They seemed very possessive, almost like proprietary. It was just very, very weird to me. And I think there's something that could possibly be gleaned from that dynamic. As far as someone, above my pay grade, really just looking at all of these different kind of pseudo relationships that he had. And let's be honest, it seemed like he was kind of using Karen as a person to watch his kids, and he'd kind of checked out. I mean, you don't say that on a text unless you know it's the truth and you've been hoping that you wouldn't have to say this out loud.
No relationship is perfect, but putting those kids on the stand to try to build up a bad relationship, oh my gosh. I think that disgusted me, honestly. And it to me, that is just re-traumatizing the kids. And then you're putting them in the middle of something, and who coached the kids?
Again,
Who coached the
come back
kids?
to any 13-year-old child. Are you really going to notice beyond maybe general atmosphere if your parents are fighting? And if so, unless the parent is confiding in you like a best friend, are you going to know what's going on in your parents' relationship? No, you're busy worried about your friends, dealing with your trauma, things like that. Good prosecutors can win cases without bringing this in. I will always hold her up. Sue Opper, she got through that entire trial without asking any of those kids to testify. And we didn't know how terrible, how horrible it was. I mean, we kind of had a concept until they all gave their victim impact statements. And that is a classy way to do it, I think. When you don't have to re-traumatize these little kids. It's just, it seemed like a last ditch resort for Lolly, and Lolly doesn't seem like the guy you pick from the bench to try this case. Like, you have Derek Jeter and Lolly, and I even know enough about sports ball to know which one to pick. Brett Favre.
Yeah, it is. It's horrible. I mean, I just, on one hand, it just makes me sick. On the other hand, I'm glad it's there so we can all see what the world of justice is really like. And I don't believe children should ever be put in the position these two kids were in.
No.
And I think if this goes to trial again, I would not put those children back on. And if they
No.
do, I'm going to be screaming. John,
I
someone's
do.
hurtful thing. Someone
Yeah,
else
I
brought up
do.
a point is when we have
Oh,
alcohol involved. Oh, someone made a point a little bit
yeah.
ago. When there's alcohol involved, I think that that's something else that's true. And that it changes your personality and what you say and how you behave. And it is
Yeah.
so easy for us to sit here looking from the outside in and making these judgments. But in the end of this trial, it's not about the drama. It's about, did she back up and hit him? Where's the evidence to prove it? And all of that. And I think a lot of that is getting lost in my microphone's about ready to fall off my desk. So I'll let you
Well,
talk while I fix
no,
my
no
microphone.
problem. Well, and it's also, you have to inherently trust the investigation. You have brought on people that have shown them to be sort of the worst drunk frat boy, early 80s Porky's guys. You've brought these people on, you've exposed how they talk in real life, how they talk to each other, and then you want us to believe that they have any veracity, any truth, that we can trust any of that. And I do think that the state is going to be dealing with a lot of defense attorneys, with Proctor being the head of investigations. How many defense attorneys are going to be asking, we want a fresh review, Proctor has been involved with this, we do not trust Proctor? I mean, there is probably some strategery in getting him out of that particular unit. Just cover your behind sort of stuff.
Well, I think that for me personally, people have really been attacking the family for believing believing the lies per se. And I'm like, guys, when you live,
No.
eat, breathe, sleep, military, police, EMS, whatever, and you do that, and then all of a sudden you go to trial and you can only believe what you're being told to a certain point. You want to trust the system, you want to trust them, and then you turn around and you get into trial and you hear all this. You don't know who to believe anymore. You don't know
No.
which way to turn. It's like being in a tornado and picking which corner.
Yeah, and I mean, who wants to think that the brotherhood that your son signed up for could be a part of the reason he's not here? The people you always thought had his back, the people that have surrounded you with love and support, so in a kind of creepy way, if you ask me, but that's, how great a hurt that maybe you don't want to see, you cannot see right now. You are dealing with the loss of your son. People are on, you are on pilot mode,
Mhm.
and if someone gives you someone to be mad at, some reason to get up, some reason to fight, absolutely damn Skippy, you're going to pick that. You're going to pick that instead of a terribly horrifying realization that your son was betrayed by his fellow police officers. Heck yeah. On that note, I do have to run because I have to make sure that the boys are, doing their chores instead of playing super soakers inside.
Yes, been there, done that. Mine are now 24 and 20. I have some
Oh,
videos I'm going to play. So I hope you keep listening, but if not, I understand.
I
You are
will.
welcome to hop in at any time. Just let me
Thank
know
you
you're
so
here.
much. And it was so great to meet you.
Nice meeting you,
Congratulations on
love.
getting your channel going, and I'm super duper jealous of your setup. But I can barely work StreamYard, so I'm working up to fairly incompetent. So next year I'll be, Massachusetts State Police levels ready to go.
Well, let me know if I can help you because I've learned a lot.
Thank you. Bye,
Okay.
guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you, love. Okay, guys, we've got a lot of things to catch up on. I have got a lot of stuff that's popped up and we're going to be talking about. Mo, thank you so much for joining me. As always, I appreciate having people hop on. Right now, we are at 753 subscribers. Yay! But I only have 43 in the drawing. So if you subscribe today and haven't already, put iSub, hashtag iSub. I am giving away a Yeti. I mean, not a Yeti. Why is that in my head? A Starbucks tumbler. I don't even use Yetis anymore. Saw you recently on Scott's channel. I had to find you and subscribe. Oh, thank you so much. Awesome. Okay. I saw these two videos yesterday, and one of them's 30 minutes long. So I'm going to play that second, but everybody's talking about a juror who spoke out, and I have that video. Let me get that up. Share screen. Let's see if this is it. I'm going to play this. Some of you may have seen it. If so, we're going to see it again, but let's play it. Oh, let me get the volume on.
I just spoke with a member of the jury in the Karen Read trial. She would like to be referred to as juror number 3. Obviously, these folks have been through 9 weeks of hard work. She did not want to go on camera, but was willing to let me take some handwritten notes and I'll consult them for accuracy. So juror number 3 was an alternate in this trial. That means that she was present throughout the entire trial, could listen to evidence and testimony, but was not present during deliberations. First, I asked her, how do you feel at this moment? She told me, quote, exhausted and disappointed. She told me she was, quote, not in the room where it happens. That's the deliberation. She said, quote, it was a lot to sit quietly in a room for almost a week. There were, of course, 5 days of deliberations. I asked her what she thought about this case and Karen Read's guilt or innocence. She said, quote, I approached this trial as if I was taking one of my graduate level classes. I would get an A+ in note taking. And then I'm paraphrasing here. She says, I believe the Commonwealth did not do their job to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Read was guilty. Paraphrasing again, no one saw exactly what happened. She told me that watching both families throughout this process was painful and tragic. And then I asked her about Trooper Michael Proctor's testimony and his explosive and inappropriate texts about Karen Read. She said his testimony would not have, even if it were not included in this case, she still believes that there would not have been enough evidence to convict Read. As for the trial and the jurors, she says it was a lovely group of people. We celebrated birthdays. We even did puzzles together. Now, you've heard from my colleague, Christina Rex, and from legal experts that a jury is supposed to be representative of the public. And of course, if you talk to any member of the public, there's lots of differing opinions about this case. So there will certainly be more information from jury members and everyone else in the coming days. In Norfolk County, Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
Really interesting there, Louisa. Thank you so much.
Are you kidding me? Oh, oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to go look at something. My mod just told me something and I got to see it for myself. Holy. The live last night that Jules was on with me is pushing 9,000 views. Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? What? My live last night, my unexpected impromptu live last night has hit 8,700 views. Oh my God. I've never had a video that high. And I thought it would take me a year to get 10,000 views on a video. I'm going to go over the car with health data. The defense didn't dispute a lot of it. Going to see. Oh, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Okay, here I'm going to show another video, but let me do this. I got to shut the door. I hear my son in the background. And my doggie wants out, so let me let her out. Okay, there she goes. There you go. My service dog. Oh, you were one of them. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, so we have a video of Karen Reed's father, or a clip of Karen Reed's father. I'm going to try and pause it. I'm going to share screen. Okay, let me get it popped on. Okay, let's watch this.
Let me just say, you have any children? No. May I just say that you folks, by virtue of being here, tells me what type of parents you have.
Yes.
So, trust me, I'm just only one father, but I don't know your fathers, but the fact that you're standing here, you were raised in a great way. So be proud of your dad this Sunday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we're proud of you because you represent America's dad. And we love you. Yes, you do, Mr. Reed. Yes, you do.
Wow. Okay. Let's talk about the steps. I actually did a little thing myself. We have a little parking garage in Kerrville, and I went and walked up the steps, came down the steps, because I don't have steps in my home. And then we have some steep hills, and I drove down it. It doesn't work that way. If he went up and down steps, he went up and down steps. If he was in a car going down a hill, he's not going to be going up and down steps. So I debunked that one. Oh, you didn't get notification. Y'all, please click the notification button. Is being watched by the feds. He is now going to be a possible suspect. Very much so. The street that they said has hills does not have hills. That does not surprise me. Miss Kevin, can you look at the algorithm, look at the watch hours for me and kind of let me know where we are? Because the day we hit monetization, I'm filling this room full of balloons. I've got some things. We're going to throw a party, and I want to be prepared. I gotta go to class. Yes. If anybody knows anybody else that would love to, oh no way, we're more than that. Is that just in the 28 days, or is that for the year? I thought it's for the last year. It has to be in the last 12 months. Really? Interesting. Okay. But I'm going to throw one party as soon as we get monetized, because then I can hire courtroom interpreters to come on and interpret the courtroom procedures for the deaf community. That is my ultimate goal. Right, you're going today, you may get monetized today. Well, you have to have not only 1,000, but you have to have a total of 4,000, am I correct? Viewing hours. And so the longer people watch, the closer I'll get. Let me look on my phone, because I could have sworn it said something different on my phone. Oh my gosh, I got all this. Who is this? Okay, let me get to it because I could have sworn we were in a different place. You were right about the car and the bodies. Okay. Analytics. Views watch time. Click on that. Change it for 300 and we'll just do 365 days. It shows 2,539. I don't know. Did you see that? But then 90 days, it shows last 90 days, 2,500. So we're halfway there, guys. Halfway there. Halfway there. Okay. Boy, he cared about John's death. Who does that? How can you help me just start watching all the videos? I don't care. Let them run in the background. I need watch time and subscribers. Throw on a video. No, you can't let it just run in the background. It has to run in the foreground. I don't know the rules. My mods know the rules. I'll let her type it in. I'm going to put her on the spot. Yeah, it takes about 24 hours for it to update. Let's see what she put me up here. Your audience except for playing membership viewers will be. Oh, okay. So it shows right now. Yay! We still need. Okay, so for me to be able to do memberships and that, I just need about another 1,000 hours of view time. But the big thing for monetization, I need 1,000 subscribers and I need to have the 4,000 hours view times. Okay, guys. So, yeah, y'all are awesome. Okay, so if you know another YouTuber who would like to possibly come on and you've got a connection to said YouTuber, reach out. I'd love to have them. In the meantime, we're going to go. I'm going to share this screen and we're going to go and we're going to watch this lady. I loved this lady. Actually loved the lady. So let me get that set up. Get her full screen. Okay, here's the problem with this video. And I may not be able to do this. It has a very noisy fan sound throughout the entire video. You have 18,000 followers on your X account? Oh my gosh, Paul, thank you. Thank you. Mark, put hashtag I subbed and you will be in for a Starbucks tumbler giveaway. Well, I'm not really worried about monetization so much for me. It's just I'd like to be able to bring in interpreters because I can't do it all and be able to give a love fund. Let's watch this lady. I honestly, Maud, I don't know if I can tolerate this, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Hey everybody, this is American Nana. I have just a few thoughts. And that is, for those of you that are watching the Karen Reed trial, it goes so much deeper. It is so much deeper than just Karen Reed. This town is in the United States of America. The townspeople are begging for help. It doesn't matter what they ask the select board to do. The select board makes decisions based on what they want. It is so clear that they are not listening to the people of Canton. It's mind-boggling to me. I know. Take off my rose-colored glasses, right? who's going to help them? Does the governor help them? I mean, who helps them? Their police chief is, I'm assuming, corrupt. I know has charges on her. Why is she being put in another term against the people of the town's wishes? And why is Chris Albert, a convicted murderer, sitting on that board? His behavior the other night when Turtle Boy, and no, I don't follow Turtle Boy. It's nothing against him except that he's got a whole lot of videos out that have information that was not in the trial. I didn't want to hear any of that. I'll most likely go back and watch it because this is just too much to even comprehend that it's happening in our country. I don't know if anybody else feels the same way. I don't know how to clip stuff, so I may get a big, I don't know, I may get in trouble, but the young jerks, they cover the Canton Select Board meetings. It's on their channel. Please check them out. I am putting up a portion of when the people were actually allowed to speak. You elite men on this select board are twisted. And I mean, come on, Chris Albert, his sister-in-law, what's her name, Julie, came flying out of that car like she was the biggest mafia gangsta around. And all she is a loudmouth. She didn't even know what was going on. Those people, Turtle Boy and his girlfriend Meredith, were not bothering a single person. They were not harassing a single person. They went into a restaurant because they were hungry. They wanted a meal. You know what I'm also curious about? I'm also curious about where the food is being ordered from for the jurors. Does anybody know? Because I certainly hope it's not D&E Pizza. That would really take the cake in this case. So what I did is I clipped the portion of the Young Jerks video of the select board meeting where the people were actually allowed to speak. Please listen to these people. They're crying out for change. They're crying out for help. The situation with Karen Reed is so much bigger than just her case. And I just can't help but ask myself over and over and over, what was the plan had Karen Reed not woken and went to search for Officer John O'Keefe? Has anyone for 1 second considered what kind of hell that brought to her? Because personally, I don't think that she was originally the person they were going to try to frame. I tend to think they were going to try to say the tow truck driver hit him. And after watching Lucky testify, I believe that would have destroyed that young man. But they had to have had a plan. What is very clear to me from this entire trial is people in that house know what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. That's what the evidence has shown me. The evidence presented by the prosecution has shown me that Karen Reed is not guilty. And the ones that hold the answers were in that house. Now, how you then can even speak to the O'Keefes is beyond me. I can say without a doubt, watching this trial, with the lack of evidence given by the prosecution, I would be mortified. I'd be mortified. I'd be horrified. I'd be mortified. Just mortified.
Just mortified. Sugar thing. Bless their dear hearts.
Look at the elitist in this town. Yeah, if I was sitting next to you, I'd probably give you a black eye. Because from what I've seen, I don't know if I can say that. And so, okay, I wouldn't really give someone a black eye for opening their mouths. But you would have a look from me to know that you best did never speak to me again. And that definitely your game is up with me. How these family members cannot see through what you guys have done truly breaks my heart for them.
I'm speeding it up because this is a long video, guys.
They have to hold the belief that the prosecution is correct, or they have to accept the fact that there are monsters walking among them that actually took part in what did happen to Officer John O'Keefe, and they covered it up. This is my humble opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion. And
I love that.
My opinion.
I've got to get that.
Watching all the evidence, as they call it, been presented. So I'm going to play this. It's probably 20 minutes, and I'm going to hope I don't get in trouble for playing somebody else's video. But please watch this video. Check out the young jerks. Pay attention to what's going on.
Oh, guys, I have a video of this entire thing, so I'm going to go ahead and stop her. I do have a video. You may go watch it. It is called Canton and Town Meeting. It's there. Thank you, Nanny Goat. Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful day and a fabulous week. But if you want to watch that in its entirety, please go to my other video. It is there. I gotta get something on these lips because it's looking pretty gnarly. I'm chewing off my lipstick or eating it off. Justice is coming. I hope. But once again, It's not my justice. It's not your justice. It's the correct justice. It's what it should be, not what we think it is. But I will tell you, it is not Karen Reed for sure. I cannot do that. Who's Mandy? My name used to be Mandy. That was my birth name. Yep. Very much so. Very much so. Okay, we're going to show this. Perfecto. We got something else I want to hop on and show. Share screen. This. This is a video on X about the that was posted on the 1st. We're going to come back. I just really appreciate seeing all of the support that was out there. This is so awesome. I'm going to hide the comment for a minute. I'm going to get that going. There we do. Yeah, I mean, and don't think I recall ever seeing this much support for any one person. I think this is awesome. Miss Kevin, can you reach out to Recovery Addict? Thank you. Even the DOJ believes she's innocent. That is so true. Okay, guys, this is something just happened behind the scenes. Okay, so I'm sitting here, and this person texted me, and I'm like, I don't know this person. Do you have time? I want to invite you to eat barbecue. And I said, and who is this? And they said, I'm sorry, maybe my assistant saved my business friend's number wrongly. I hope it doesn't ruin your mood. And I said, LOL, I made a barbecue. Does sound great. However, have a nice day. And it goes, thank you. Next time I'll invite you, even though we're complete strangers. Oh, hey, I'm always up for meeting new people. But I was born Mandy. And then I was adopted. So there you go. Gary was driving. Karen was in the... Yeah, I love it. I would love to have a invite to lunch. I'm always game for meeting new people. Meeting new people is important. Thank you all very much for... Okay, I'm trying to get my thing set up, so I think I've got it set to where I can see Discord and everything all at once. It's just a little frustrating. I just need a little big of a scam. No, actually, it's not a scam. I think I actually know who it is by the number. They just don't know that I'm in there. It's a local person. But Chloe wasn't a trained attacker. That's why the bites were like. I don't know if he was. Oh, thank you. I don't know. So, well, first of all, do we know for sure if Chloe had any police dog training? That seems to be something that's still kind of out there. That to me is a little, I'm not sure. Yes, exactly. Las Palmas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. My twin brother and I were adopted by a military couple. They were so awesome. And then I did get to meet my biological family. So, and they were awesome too. Let's see. My theory is what happened is that John knew Higgins had a thing for Karen and confronted Higgins in Brian's house, and fight breaks out. During the fight, the dog attacks and everyone panics. And that is something I said early on. I said that early on. Once I found out that she kissed, yes, see if he'll come on. Oh, he's watching court. Okay, never mind. But definitely, I thought, where the scenario I had once I had some of the evidence and had the news that there was this infamous kiss, is that he found out that she was kissed and that had caused the fight to break out. I think both of them were kind of, she shouldn't have kissed Higgins. I think she was being vindictive because she thought that he had cheated on her. In her text, she kept saying, "Is there someone else? Is there somewhere else?" Usually, when people are saying that, they're very insecure. Dr. Russell's witness for the defense said that they are dog bites. Holly said they were from the tail light. Um, I have to say, when your arm goes into something like a tail light, the scratches came from this part of the arm to this part of the arm. So all of this right here had the scratches. The tail light is only this deep. So it's not deep enough to cause all of those scratches in one hit. It would have to be multiple. What if he got mad and light bulb went off. What if he got mad at her because she didn't want to come in and he was drunk? So he started beating on her tail light with his elbow. I mean, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Okay, let's see. Mandy Runner. I believe it's an American dog trainer you showed and trained to attack dogs. Possible. I just think it's just crazy. Let's see. Yeah. So this is what I would love to do, guys. I am so fabulously excited. What is our actual count right now? We are up to 770. Oh my gosh. Yay! Is there any way? I was hoping to go up and get to 800. We are only 30 people away, guys. If it wasn't for wearing out my mods and making them hate me for the first time ever, I would stay live until I hit 1,000. I would stay live all night until I hit 1,000. I'd be playing all kinds of stuff, but I don't think I want to be that cruel to my mods. Honestly. 772. Oh, yay. Oh my gosh. And we are going to now, if you subscribed, please comment hashtag #ISub. And because I will be giving away a Starbucks tumbler, then you need to drop me a message with your information so you can go into our Discord into general and you can give me your information and I'll mail it to you. But oh my gosh, yes, I take calls. I can take a call. Death Valley, would you like to come on? Let me do this. Clear out. What's this? Hold on. Okay, let's see. Okay, that I can do. Okay, so if you want to call in, let me make sure everything is up and running. Let's pop up the banner with my phone number. There we go. I am open for calls. I may have to do a quick adjustment. There we go, but we'll get you on. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. I have not talked much about the house being sold and the concrete pulled up because that wasn't brought up really in the court. That, it wasn't a big part of evidence. But I do believe that there is some kind of a situation there because let's just say, why do I have a dog toy between my feet? Let's just say that you did have a true plumbing leak and my line is now open. Let's say that you did have a plumbing leak and you had someone come in and sorry, I keep stepping on Miss Kevin's toes. And you would have receipts from having a professional plumber come in because you have to. You can't sit there and do it yourself, especially if you're going to resell the house. So they supposedly had someone come in and remove all the concrete and refloor the basement, saying that it was a plumber problem. Oh my gosh, we are literally just about 200. Where are we at? Let me pull it up again. Oh, I don't have it up, did I? Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, we are literally 700 and oh my gosh, we are less than two. We're getting so close, guys. Oh, I'd love to hit 1,000 today. But most importantly, I love talking to you. I don't know. How would I know if he dropped my link? How would I know? Can someone tell me? I have no idea. Don't know. So I do have the phone lines open if anybody would like to call in. Mind you, we have to mind words. We cannot, I'm not monetized yet, but we need to practice. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, Brian said the real estate agent said to replace my basement floor. Okay, y'all, do you know how much money it costs to replace a basement floor? Well, there's just too much speculation out there, and I'm not going to go too far into that. Oh, I know what I wanted to try to show. Hold on. I'm going to try and find something, but let's keep discussing this. I did open the, I wanted to show y'all now that the trial's over. I am going to try to pull up. I've got to minimize and move around so I can get to the file. I have pictures of the inside of the home of Karen Reed. I mean, of the O'Keefes. I mean, the Alberts. Dagnabbit. I do have the inside pictures of the home. I got to find them. Oh, they're right here. So for everybody who wants to get an idea of what the home looks like, I am opening that up. I'm moving it over here. And we're going to look at the inside of their home. Do y'all want to see their home before they sold it? I do have photos. Okay, here we go. We're going to share this. Okay, I have not seen this at all, and we're going to share this. The first photo is of the O'Keefe bedroom. I mean, O'Keefe. The Alberts bedroom. Forgive me, guys. It is, I'm tired. This is the bedroom, and oh my gosh, look at this. Now, some were saying that there was a window on the side. Nope, this is the side wall of the house. And then we have the windows right here. They don't have blackout curtains like they said they had. And look, guys, if you're going to get pictures of your house taken, dust your bed. Look how dirty that is. Ugh. That is like, Miss Kevin's rolling on the floor over there. Please share Micro dots. It's on YouTube. It's scary. I'll let my mod find that. Okay, so look at this. At least they dusted the top of the furniture, but ugh, that's a lot of dust on the bed. So here are the curtains in the bedroom. You cannot tell me. The blinds are thin. I have the real thick ones. They do better. Okay. Then we have, this is the entryway. So here's the door. This is a family room. You go upstairs here. If you take a right, on the underneath here is a stairwell going down. Phones and everything else. Here is the den that when you walk in, the door is over here. You walk through here to get to the kitchen. If you look up here, and they were talking about being in this room, looking at photos of the family. There's no photos of the family. We'll see that in a minute. There are no family photos here. Here's the kitchen. This is the table over here by the window. This is the infamous window that they said they were looking out. You can see through here the house. Let's see if I make this bigger. No, it doesn't help y'all. So that just helps me a little bit. So I'm going to bring it back down. Then in here is that room that they talked about. And here is the bar. So it's a pretty tight kitchen if you look at it for what here's the floor plan. This is what I loved. So when we are, why does it do that? I hate it. Okay, I'm going to zoom in on the main floor of the house. You come in through this little door right here where my magnifier is. Okay, you come in into the living room, and then this is a fireplace. Remember where I said the pictures did not have any children? It's right there. So you come in this door, hang a quick left. You're in the dining room, right? Here's the kitchen with the island. Here's the bay window, the laundry room, the study. Okay. But look upstairs. Let's look upstairs. Here is the upstairs layout. You come upstairs. This is the bedroom, the master bedroom. Really, y'all? I'm like, this doesn't, and now here is the basement. The basement has a bonus bedroom. So you come downstairs. Here's the exercise room. They have a bath and a system. So we're going to see that in a minute. There's another view of the kitchen. This is the backyard view. But here is your workout room. Here is your gym with the new floor. All of this is new flooring. And this is what it looked like. So these are the pictures that I got from the actual website where the house was placed for sale. Yeah. There is so much there. All right, going over here. All right, so that's the house. No way they could not have seen. Okay, we got another video we're going to show. Let me share screen. And stand up.
The city of Boston is declaring a snow emergency beginning tonight at 9 p.m.
The storm's expected to move into our region late tonight and continue to impact Massachusetts throughout Saturday and Saturday night. The rate of snowfall is expected to pick up significantly around 9 or 10 tomorrow morning.
Great
now we get into the
interpreter.
real meat of the storm from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. where the snow could come down at the rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour.
2 to 4 inches an hour is basically whiteout conditions.
Here in Boston, there is a snow emergency that is in place, and that means there are parking restrictions that are also in place.
Look at the temperature at noontime tomorrow. It is dropping as that wind shifts to the north and strengthens. It pulls down the colder air. Bands of snow, damaging winds through the afternoon, and this here, 9 o'clock in the evening, we're still getting it.
Because of the wind, it will be extremely hard to see anything at various points in time along the way.
And heavy wind gusts of more than 40 miles per hour, making challenging travel conditions throughout the day where it will not be possible to see the road ahead.
This is going to be a very big storm.
Many peculiar irregularities have come to light in the Massachusetts State Police investigation into Karen Reed. Upon closer examination, certain details presented to us confront our common sense and elude all logical explanation. We will present the facts to you as we understand them and let you decide for yourselves. After finding missing Boston police officer John O'Keefe's body laying nearly lifeless on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, a 911 call was placed by Jennifer McCabe at 6:04 a.m. Moments later, Canton Police, fire and ambulance services arrived on scene to render aid to John O'Keefe. He was then transported to Good Samaritan Medical Center where he would later be pronounced dead. Once John O'Keefe left in the ambulance, responding veteran Canton police officers Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Detective Sergeant Michael Lack, and Sergeant Sean Good began their investigation by searching for evidence. It was nearly sunrise, and the sky was getting brighter by the minute. The low wind, minimal snowfall, and early morning sunlight provided the best conditions for a police search that would be possible for the next 24 hours. Since it had only been snowing lightly up until this point, and would not start snowing heavily for another 3.5 hours, Lieutenant Gallagher was able to clear about 2 inches of accumulated snow from the crime scene with a leaf blower. Before we go any further, let's discuss all of the evidence that was present at the crime scene that day during the morning Canton PD search and the evening Mass State Police search in total, according to the Commonwealth. 1 broken cocktail-style glass. 1 men's sports shoe belonging to John O'Keefe. John's cap. 6 blood samples collected from the snow using improvised red plastic cups borrowed from a neighbor. And 37 pieces of shattered tail light plastic scattered across the crime scene. Now, envision all of that evidence on the grass surrounding John's lifeless body, precisely at the spot designated by the state of Massachusetts as the point where he came into contact with Karen Reed's taillight. This contact had such force that it resulted in the taillight explosively shattering into 37 pieces and the cocktail glass breaking. A violent impact of such magnitude that it not only knocked one of John's shoes off, but also sent his cap flying from his head. What was found by the Canton PD during the first search is quite curious. They were able to locate all of the broken cocktail glass pieces and all of the blood samples. However, of the 37 bright red tail light pieces laying in the pure white snow, they were able to find exactly 0.
This guy was good.
The Canton PD's morning search had concluded as the case was being transferred to Detective Michael Proctor of the Massachusetts State Police. As the clock neared 10 a.m., the blizzard intensified dramatically, subjecting Canton to a relentless onslaught of 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. Throughout the day, the Massachusetts State Police Special Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT, remained on standby, poised for the command to initiate their own investigation of the crime scene. They were acutely aware that each passing minute only added to the accumulation of snow on the ground and diminished the available daylight for their search. However, CERT team leader Kevin O'Hare received a call from State Police Lieutenant Brian Tully, stating he did not have authorization to start the search yet. The reason for this many hours-long delay remains unknown. At 4:55 p.m., the sun would set with nearly 21 inches of snow on the ground and more still falling from the sky. With no daylight, high winds, and at times blinding whiteout conditions, visibility could not have been worse. Authorization would finally come, and at 5:44 p.m. the CERT team, along with State Police Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, would conduct a second search of the crime scene outside 34 Fairview Road. There is no record of the area being cordoned off since the morning search, which left it wide open for anyone to access, unmonitored until the state police arrived. Under these conditions, one wonders how they could have found anything at all. However, what the Massachusetts State Police claim to have found is truly mystifying and challenges rationality. 20 inches more of snow, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and complete darkness. The state police claim to have found 2 bright red and 1 clear plastic pieces of shattered taillight, along with John's missing shoe. Logic would dictate that a mix of evidence should have been found by both teams. However, the fact that the morning search found all of the cocktail glass pieces indicates they did a meticulous job searching the area. Then how in the world during their 2-hour search did they miss 37 pieces of bright red shattered taillight glass, including 1 corner piece the size of a small teacup? And furthermore, what explains the Massachusetts State Police's ability to find them during the second largest January storm ever recorded in the Boston area? Leslie, how was the shoe missed in a few inches of snow during the morning search? A 30.5-mile drive to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, Massachusetts. The stated purpose of their visit was interviewing Karen about what had occurred the evening prior. Excerpt from the Commonwealth Statement of Case, dated June 2022, and signed by Assistant District Attorney Adam C. Lally.
At approximately 4:30 p.m. on January 29th, troopers Buchanan and Proctor arrived at a residence in Dighton, Massachusetts, the home of the defendant's parents. Upon their arrival, they observed a large black Lexus SUV, bearing registration 3G684, registered to the defendant, parked outside the garage door in the driveway to the home. The troopers observed the rear right passenger side taillight to be shattered and a large red piece of plastic to be missing from the taillight. The black Lexus SUV was seized from the driveway of the defendant's parents' home in Dighton on January 29th as well. The vehicle was then transported via tow to the Canton Police Department.
If the troopers arrived at 4:30 p.m., interview Karen inside the home, tow her vehicle at 5:30 p.m. as claimed, and then drive 1 hour back to the Canton Police Department, it would be impossible for them to make it back before the 5:44 p.m. search begins. Which means they would have no opportunity to plant the taillight fragments. On May 2nd, 2023, award-winning journalist Aidan Kearney from Turtleboy Daily News would break a story that would profoundly shake the foundation of the case and cast doubt on the integrity of both the Massachusetts State Police and the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Kearney reported the existence of time-stamped video footage from the Reeds' home, showing Karen's vehicle being towed at 4:12 p.m. And he would go on to report more evidence in the form of public records requests to the Dighton Police Department, ultimately proving that the troopers arrived at 3:27 p.m. and were gone by 4:17 p.m. This means Trooper Proctor and the vehicle were unaccounted for a period of 1 hour and 18 minutes, and that they had plenty of time to reach the crime scene before the 5:44 search began. And that they lied about the timeline on official court documents in a murder trial. Quoting Aidan Kearney, "What these people are doing is evil and tyrannical, and we will never stop exposing their lies until each and every person who helped cover up the murder of John O'Keefe is criminally charged." There are lingering questions. Why did the Massachusetts State Police decide to tow Karen's vehicle to the Canton Police Department, especially given that it was no longer an active Canton police investigation? After all, there were many state police facilities in the area that would have been easier to travel to during a historic winter storm. Could the reason have been that the Canton Police Station is located a mere 1.4 miles from the crime scene? And troopers Proctor and Buchanan had a small, closing window of time to get there before the evening search commenced. And as first reported by Turtle Boy Daily News, why, in a recent court document, has the Commonwealth discreetly revised their timeline of these events, over a year after they were affirmed as factual by Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally and District Attorney Michael W. Morrissey? Why didn't Lucky see a body on the lawn? Why was the Ford Edge parked in front of the crime scene for over an hour at 2:30 a.m.? Why did Jennifer McCabe Google how long to die in cold at 2:27 a.m.? Where is all the missing evidence? Why weren't all of the people present in the house that night interviewed, and why was it never searched? With Aidan Kearney's investigative work exposing the inconsistencies and misdeeds surrounding the case, the truth has become increasingly undeniable. The legacy of Officer John O'Keefe has become a symbol of the enduring pursuit of truth and justice, and his memory serves as a reminder of the power of interested citizens, coupled with relentless investigative journalism.
Wow, guys, what do you think? That was pretty good. I thoroughly enjoyed hearing that. I know I've been in the back doing something special. My Mavulous mod, can you create a banner? Do you see what I just posted? Oh, I know. Oh my gosh, we are going to have a special guest in about 5-10 minutes, and I am waiting for them. Mod, do me a favor. Can you message me their name? We have a special guest coming on, guys, so hold on. Hold on. We are so close to 800. Oh, sorry, Mod. Okay, I got it out of my system. I got to be calm and cool. No, God, I wish it was a juror. If it was a juror, I'd go over 10,000 subscribers in about a nanominute. I think you're right. I think the feds were. Amy, okay. Also, I've had people telling me I needed to do this in a place. I finally did it. Can anybody guess what I just did? I'll let my mod post it when she's ready. There it is. Buy me a cup of coffee. I just set up my first account where people can buy me a cup of coffee. Because let me tell you, this chick drinks a lot of coffee. I know I snagged that before you did, Miss Kevin. Oh my God, y'all. That was so disgusting. And I think they should be brought up on a lot of charges. I know I haven't looked at let me go over here and check my, oh, hello, Miss Cindy. Hello, Miss Kevin. Everybody. I also have a Discord page. I am in the process, and this is something the mods and I are going to have to visit about really soon, is deciding when we're going to start doing what's called members, or how we're going to work doing special stuff. I think that definitely that they should be brought up on animal cruelty charges. They should be brought up on a lot of stuff, y'all. That is just so wrong. I'm sure that there are cameras around somewhere. I know that there's no way those people did not do that and not have somebody's Ring app catch it. But then again, look what happened across the street from where John O'Keefe was laid down. Had his incident at 34 Fairview, and right across the street there's a Ring camera, and nobody did anything about it. It's just crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So I'm excited for our guest when she is available to hop on. It's something I really wanted to talk to somebody about a long time. No cameras on the street, not one camera. I find all this to be a little bit too coincidental. Oh, somebody also asked about my makeup. And yeah, this house was sold for $50,000 loss in the middle of COVID, when the houses were going for those houses probably $50,000 to $150,000 more than what they're even valued. I feel sorry for the people living in the house now. They have to put up with a lot of drive-bys and looky-loos. If I was them, I would have rented the house out. I would have put the house up on Airbnb, and I would have rented that house out and gotten out of there. No, I think we're getting a little bit there. Huge loss on the house. Somebody left a real big turtle hanging by a rope on the yard of the parents of Turtle Boy. And I think that is horrible. Oh, did you really? I don't know how to do anything yet, guys. I'm so very, very new. Congrats on your coffee app. Happy to buy a oh, thank you so very much, y'all. Thank you so very much, because any and all support is just going to go towards helping me take care of the things that I need to support this, so I can reach out to people who are often forgotten about. We have 300 watching live. We have 153 total. We need what, 5 more subscribers to make 800? Oh, we can do it. Hey, Matthew, hold on. Why the animals weren't working up and let them know the fallen police officer in their yard. Matt, we are 5 away from 800. So here's the deal. I don't believe it, because looking at the curtains, and when you are in that business, for example, I'm sound asleep. I'm deaf. I can't hear the fire trucks. Hey, son, I can't hear the fire trucks, but I tell you, when one is parked outside my door and taking care of the older person across the street, I'm in a dead sleep. I wake up. And if you're that much, oh my God. Oh, y'all, are we going to do it? Oh my gosh, are we going to do it? Oh, come on. 2 more, and put hashtag I sub in there so we can do the drawing. Guys, come on. Ooh, we're going to do it. And we have 51 entries in the iSub. Come on, guys. Oh my gosh. K Swan, did you do it? Oh, we did it. We did it. Oh my God.
FaceTime video.
Hold on. Hello? Huh? Okay, Maud, I need to run and do something with my service dog right this instant. Please hold down the fort. I'm going to put up a commercial real quick. Get our sponsor up here. Let me throw up the sponsor. Come on. Hey, y'all. I am so excited. We have our very first sponsor, and I'm wearing this hat to honor them. Who is it? Well, it's coffee, my favorite thing. This coffee is from Hitchman Homestead Coffee. This is the Shooter Shack Coffee Pioneer Nicaraguan Roast. This coffee is so delicious, y'all. It is so smooth. It does not leave a chemical taste on the back of the tongue. It's not overly bitter. And I have to tell you, it is my favorite. And I am now getting rid of all my other coffee. I kid you not. They have a monthly subscription available. You get 4 12-ounce bag a month, either whole beaned or ground. And then you can also get a Keurig option as well. The other thing they have is wonderful gift boxes that you can send to your loved ones. So you want to support a fabulous home business and people here in the Hill Country, go to hitchmanhomestead.com and let them know I sent you, and grab yourself some of the best tasting coffee we have here in Texas Hill Country.
This is what holding down the fort looks like, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of Ada's growing community. We are super excited. We at 8:05. Yay! I have a very grumpy boy on my hands.
Oh, girl.
He's very tired. Hi, everybody. Yes. This is what holding down the fort looks like.
Well, you're an angel. Oh my God, we're at 8:05. Well, my dog went to go to the ladies' room, came back with burrs.
Oh no.
Burrs all over her, so I had to help alleviate some delicate areas. Welcome. What's the little one? No, you may not want to share the little one's name.
Oh, that's okay. This is Luke.
Our honorable mod, mini mod.
Are you
Oh
a mini mod?
gosh, I can't believe we've done it. We're 195 away from 1,000. Oh, I don't want to wear my mods out, but I am so tempted to not give up until we get there. But you guys, we only have 56 entries for the I have Starbucks
Paul looked the
tumblers I'm mailing out this week, watching from Germany. The house sold for $905. I saw that. It was really over $1 million home back then in the time of the COVID, and it sold for $905,000. Y'all, if you subbed today or even yesterday, please type I subbed. Please. I really want to bless y'all. Huh?
Oh yeah. He's just really excited. He's excited that we're almost to 1,000 subs.
I know. Well, are we going to have a guest? Have you heard from our guest?
I have not. I can check. Let me.
Okay. Do you want me to take you off?
Yep.
Or leave you on?
I'm going to back up now that you're back.
Thank you. I did have to take care of my girl. She had burrs all over her. You guys are so freaking awesome. I can't believe how amazing. Put hashtag ISub to get yourself in the drawing. Ruth B, put hashtag ISub. Everybody, oh my God. Do you know what that means, y'all? Right? Okay. We're going to get our funk on for a minute. We did it, you guys. I hope you can hear the music. Is it too loud, Miss Kevin? It's too low. Oh, wow. I'll have to go in and crank it then. I can fix that real easy. Is that better? Too loud or better? Too low? I'm good? Awesome. We did it. Everybody stretch. Get your little oxygen moving in your body. Stand up. Jam a little bit with me. You can't hear it at all? Maud, are you hearing it? Okay, we'll take it louder. Tell me if it's too loud, Maud. Oh, right. I don't know if you heard it. Some heard it, some didn't. Oh my.
Hi.
Holy shit.
Hi.
Did you know about this, Miss Kevin?
No.
Do you know what's happened today?
No.
First of all, it's an honor and a blessing, and it's been one of those days I just want to cry.
Aw. I was about to, I just saw your email, so I figured I'd pop on.
You were, oh!
Are you okay?
No. Okay, we started today. Miss Kevin, how many subs did we have today? 300 and like 40, 370, and we just hit 800.
Oh, that's awesome.
Literally about a minute ago, we literally were at 805. Oh my gosh. First of all, your chart has lived.
Oh, I'm good. I'm glad.
How are you doing, love? How are you doing?
I'm tired. I'm tired, but I'm good. It's good. It's been one of those things where I am like, I feel like I'm getting close to being able to rest a little bit. So hopefully, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, I fully understand. We have another guest coming on all at the same time. Do you know Amy?
I follow, Brandy. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can hear you.
This is my at-home office for work, and pardon the background, I don't know if there's a way. I have a walk-in closet for my office at home, and I've been working from home, following Brandy, following Broken Baker and Valhalla, and I live in Massachusetts, and I actually was listening to I don't know if you guys know Rebecca Lavoie, Crime Writers On. I was listening to that, and they did a thing about this case that I really wasn't paying attention to, and then I watched, the first one I watched was the Proctor one, and I went, what? And then I went back in the day and watched every other one every night, so I got really caught up on it. And as a therapist, those phone calls and texts are ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak ill of the dead. I would never normally do that, but he was gaslighting her.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, those are the only texts I have. I read all of them. Those are the only texts I have. I'm not going on like a year worth of relationship text, but he was definitely gaslighting her, and she's insecure in a relationship. And I know that she's a strong woman, but that doesn't mean she's not insecure in a relationship. Even personally, I've kissed a lot of frogs to get where I am today. And like I said, I'm a licensed therapist here in Massachusetts, so that's where I get my thoughts from. And also, Could I have killed him? I don't believe she said I killed him, because in the grand jury testimony, it was, could I have killed him? That is a trauma response.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, and I had said this before on somewhere, who knows where, probably anywhere, everywhere, I don't know. But I had said before, I feel like the could I have hit him, did I hit him, was, people are making that out to be like it was a confession, and to me that's not a confession at all. To me that is her trying to make sense of something that she can't figure out what's going on. And you know, one of the things too is that we've heard about the you know, potentially when they were talking about the glass hitting her car, if he did throw a glass and hit the car, then that would make sense, that if she heard something, you know, that would be a loud noise if she heard that and then was trying to make sense of, you know, what she heard. So I don't think that was what people have said it to be either. And the text, if you go back and look at the actual exhibit of all of the text, it's a very different story than what the, you know, cherry-picked text that they brought out are saying. So
I agree. And I also have a personal story. I don't want to get too in deep to it, but in 2003 I had a boyfriend in Massachusetts, not in the Canton area. I don't want to broadcast where I live, but I'm in northern Mass, more towards New Hampshire. I will say someplace that's nearby is Newburyport, for anyone who's heard of that. I am not far from Newburyport. So in this area, I had a boyfriend in 2003. He had a warrant for something stupid, but he was, I will admit, he was an alcoholic and he was a former addict. And I was young, and it was one of those fraud. He was a great guy though, and his friends were trying to get him help, and they turned him into the police station, and they took him to the court. The court said he couldn't go, you know, for whatever they do, the arraignment, whatever, that he needed to go to the hospital. They didn't take him to the hospital. They brought him back to the police station, and overnight he started. Whatever, he ended up dying in police custody. Now, he died in police custody. We couldn't sue or anything because I wasn't married to him or anything, and whatever. But the state police knocked at my door and I said yes, to search my apartment, or my little beach house. That's what a little bungalow, whatever you want to call it. They searched my place. Why the hell did they not search Albert's place?
yeah, it makes no sense. And especially with them talking about how they found the glass out there. I mean, and they tried to do the whole thing, well, you know, like, well, they had said that they'd been at a bar, and bars have glasses, but you don't leave a bar with a glass, technically, like normally. Yes, we see the video that he did, but they didn't have that video. So to me, that in and of itself would have been your first thought of like, okay, if he's in your yard and there's, you know, a glass, then you would think that the glass would have potentially come from inside. He would have potentially come from inside. There would have been some kind of, at least just let us, you know, is it okay if we just look around for a minute, you know, like, and if there's nothing to try to hide, then it wouldn't have been a big deal. So the whole thing just stinks.
I talked to a friend of mine who, I have several friends in PD, and one of them is a retired evidence investigator type person. And they said they would have gotten a warrant to go in that house and looked at the glasses immediately. Yeah. That house would have had a warrant. Everybody would have been sequestered separately. Everybody would have been investigated separately. So all of that is just crazy. So Brandy, what is your overall, now that we're decompressing just slightly, what is your overall take? And then both on where we are with the verdict and what's your overall. And then Amy, I'd like to hear from you in a minute, and Brandy, about the children and them being made to testify, and how this is impacting the emotional part of all this. But to share just quickly, I lost a husband to prison. I have been in the seat as a wife. I've testified a lot in stuff that's happened to me in the past, so I'm not naive to that testimony booth. But I do want to start with Miss Brandy.
The whole thing has been very emotional for people just watching, so I can't even imagine the emotions for the people involved. The thing with the kids makes me so sad because I feel like I can't even imagine the sense of loss that they've experienced at such a young age, and the first losing one parent and then the other, and then now losing really it's their third parent. I know that he's the uncle, but he's their guardian. He took them in and he had raised them for 8 years, so that's the third parent. I can't even imagine that sense of loss. I hate that they were brought in to testify, honestly, because I don't think that anything that they said really contributed to the story that the Commonwealth felt like they needed to tell. The talking about Aruba and arguing, okay, we can see that they had text messages about them arguing. You don't need to bring them in talking about that. To me, I didn't like it. I felt like they've been through so much already. I don't like that they were put in that situation when nothing that they said was key enough for the Commonwealth to need to prove a point to anybody. I hate that they were brought in. And I can't even imagine the pain and the loss that they're going through.
I think it was borderline abusive.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. And there's really nothing from what we heard. I mean, honestly, the things that they said, nothing was different than any of the other things that came in through anything else. And also, we actually heard from the niece. If anything, it went towards Karen's story in some ways, because they said that the niece said that she didn't have access to the Ring camera, and which we also heard when they did the forensics of the computer, that they said that there was no login for the Ring on there either. So that actually kind of goes against what they were saying. And so if anything, all it did was hurt the Commonwealth's case, I think, more than help it. And so it just seems like it was just a big waste of emotional damage that had to be done, or that it didn't have to be done, that they chose to do.
So what is your thoughts as far as the hung jury? And I know you have followed this from day one. I did not really dive in because I'm an alternate juror type mentality, although your charts are the bomb girl, and we got your link down there. We're supporting you in that.
Thank
but,
you.
You've seen this from day one.
Yeah.
Day one. So I'm really interested in your views on this.
Yeah, I mean, my views have changed so much. I've gone back and forth over the course of the last, however long, because every time I think there's no way that this is happening, there's no way that this really happened, and then something else will come out and it's like, okay, but now look. And so my mind has changed so much, kind of going back and forth with what I think could have happened and what I think most likely happened, and then having to try to rule things out as we've gone. I am not surprised on the hung jury, honestly, because if you look at the way that social media has been so split, that's generally an indication of how juries are going to react. And it's not always, like, there are some that just shock the bejesus out of us, but in general, a lot of times the trends that you see in social media are going to be the same trends as, it's like a good representation of what we're seeing in a jury box. But I know that the majority of people who have looked at this one have seen that either they think that she's innocent or they see reasonable doubt. So I don't ever see, like, depending on how the next trial goes, and if there's another trial, and because I know that they say that they intend to prosecute her again, like to try again, but I still don't even know if that's going to happen. I still have my doubts about that. But depending on what is or isn't allowed in the next trial, or how that goes, I don't see 12 people agreeing on her guilt. I just don't. And I think that going through all of this again and going through taxpayers' dollars to prosecute a case that's unwinnable is not good for the Commonwealth, and that's who they're supposed to, that's who they're supposed to be representing. They're supposed to be representing the people, right? We just heard Emily Baker talking about this too. I saw a thing with her talking about this. They're supposed to be, representing the people, and is that really what's best for the people? And I don't see 12 people agreeing on that. I really don't. So I don't think it even needs to be prosecuted again. I'm not that surprised by the hung jury, only because, like I said, people are very passionate in their views on this. For me, the crash daddies and the medical examiner, that was all the reasonable doubt I needed. But I think that potentially with the defense providing this alternate theory, I think that it may have unintentionally created like a shift of the burden of proof to where some of the jurors may have been thinking, well, I don't believe that theory. And instead of saying, okay, I see reasonable doubt, if they are thinking, well, I don't believe that theory, so I can't really go with the defense. I worry that some of them mistook that as having to choose either or instead of just did the Commonwealth prove their theory.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things that concerned me when I first heard them putting on their case. I felt that the prosecution was really focused on defending the defense's theory, and the defense was too busy trying to prove their theory.
Yeah.
Instead of, and I may be wrong, but I just felt that this was not a normal case when it comes to reasonable doubt and how it is fought in the courtroom.
Yeah.
My humble opinion.
Yeah, nothing about this case was normal. Nothing about this case was normal. The prosecution was doing a full-on defense trial against they were defending the McCabe's and Alberts almost more than they were prosecuting Karen Reed. So,
yeah, and I don't. And in some, we were talking earlier, if Proctor in his situation is the way it is, and they retry this, should the evidence come in, any evidence come in that's tied to Proctor? Because obviously he's under investigation for misconduct and all the stuff that went on. And it's stated because of what was stated in trial, should that evidence even come back in? Is that something that they should bring in, or can they?
I think that everything tied to him now is going to be, clouded with a fog of doubt, because and especially now that they've transferred him out of Norfolk County and relieved him of his duties, it's like if they can't even trust him, then how can a jury of 12 people trust him?
Exactly.
So I don't see anything that he has been able to do, and he was the lead investigator. This isn't like just this is one shady dude in the midst of this amazing stellar unit. It's not that at all. Even his superiors, he's sending those texts to his superiors who are then liking them and laughing at them, and so it's not just, he's not just one bad, he is a bad egg, but he is not just one bad egg. And I think that that's the biggest problem, is that not only is everything that he has done now clouded, but everybody directly tied to him is also, and to the state police and Canton police, is also clouded. And how do you prosecute on cloudy evidence? How do you find a jury that is going to feel comfortable with their decision and be able to sleep at night after sending somebody away to prison on cloudy evidence? It's not reasonable.
It's not, and I cannot see them trying this case again. I think this is falling apart so fast. It's like a wet tissue. It ain't going to hold anything else. It's done. Yeah. I think they've used it, and I don't think that they can go back, because they don't have, I mean, the defense can go in and change their strategies and stuff, but the prosecution can't add any more evidence. And their evidence is so horrible to begin with that they can't fix it. They cannot fix it.
Yeah.
Can you answer that question, or do you feel like you've answered that question? Brandy,
Churchwell, for what's happening in Proctor at this point. I would take Aruba out as a motive, because who the heck cares that she yelled at like Laura Sullivan's little sister a month earlier? Like, that is the most ridiculous. That was such a reach. I think that it potentially lost a lot of jurors. I know it lost a lot of us, because and even after that, hearing first of all, hearing Marietta Sullivan get on the stand and it's like, oh yeah, she sucks. She's no longer a sympathetic, witness. You're not, like, when you hear her get up there with the attitude, it's kind of like, okay, well, no wonder there's, some friction between y'all, because you seem kind of combative. But also, who cares if they hollered at each other a month earlier? I don't think so. Kelly P, I know. I've been trying to get on the beach. I swore I was going to relax today, and I haven't been. I've had appearances that I had to do today, so I swore I was going to, but I promise I will tomorrow. I'll relax tomorrow, I promise.
I'm sorry.
I should be on the beach too. I have to walk 7 minutes to get to the beach.
I don't have a beach.
I had
I just got to peel the scorpions.
I had a live that I did with Crime Junkie podcast with Ashley Flowers, and then I saw your email, so I jumped on, and then I have one that I'm doing tonight. Today's a little bit busier than I was anticipating, but I promise I'm going to relax tomorrow.
I think everybody this is a good time for everybody to kind of decompress and share a little bit. But as far as the one thing that really got me was the number one is the support of Karen Reed. That is so unusual to have that kind of support from a community, number one. And then the opposite support, of course, what happened to TB's parents is absolutely horrendous. I am very concerned for the community as a whole, because this is very, very difficult for the community. But as far as, what's the word I'm looking for? The O'Keefes. What is your position on them as we speak right now? Because, I mean, they can sue in civil court. But say they sue in civil court and 2 years later they find out who did it, it wasn't her, then they sued the wrong person. But in general, what's your feeling on the O'Keefes?
Somebody asked me this earlier when I was on Crime Junkie, and the only thing I can think is I try to put myself as much as I can in their shoes. And I think about Peggy O'Keefe and how difficult this must be for her. And you look at it like the two options that she's being handed to her right now are to either believe that this one girl lady who she doesn't even really like anyway is responsible, or this group of people who are not only fellow police officers of her son, like her fellow police officers, but also, some people that he was acquaintances with and some people that he was friends with. So when you're given these two options, I can imagine that it would be a lot more easy to grasp to be able to be mad at the one person who you don't like anyway and believe that that's who's responsible, rather than to believe that, these people who hold the same, position that your son did, who he took so seriously and he did such a great job at, that they could be capable of doing something like this. So I think that I can't imagine the position that she's in. I can't imagine the emotional turmoil that comes with that. And so I don't fault her on anything that she, thinks or believes, but I can understand from that perspective when I look at it that way, that would be an easier reality for her, or, sense of reality for her to grasp onto and to believe that that's what's wrong, or believe that that's what happened.
When I went through the process of trial with my ex-husband, it was a couple of years long, drawn out. It was a nightmare. It was on Nancy Grace. It was a big deal. And his mother double mortgaged the house, paid everything to help with lawyers' fee. I mean, everybody was dumping into the defense only to find out he's guilty.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly the same, but in a way it is the same. You can only believe with what you have in front of you, and I really think that this case has been really brutal on them, and I just ask people to give them grace and mercy and allow them to grieve. That they've lost 2 children and a stepson, a son-in-law, and I think it's time that we back off of them and give them the peace, give them the place and space to do what they got to do.
Yeah.
So on the 22nd, of July, what are you expecting to hear?
I know that they will talk about the dates on the trial and any pretrial motions and things like that they're going to set deadlines for. I honestly don't know. I don't know if they're going to actually go through that. I know that they say they are now, but I think that they really need to take a step back and look at this as, is there any chance that this is going to be winnable, or have we just screwed up and now we need to, reevaluate not only our position and how we went about this, and like, especially I'm looking at you, Morrissey, with your stupid video on how, you address the public, but also the, the police and changes in the, local police and state police and things and how they're done and following protocol and preventing this from ever happening to any other victims or any other victim's family. I think that this is, if they do move forward with it, which they say they're going to, but if they do, I think it's going to be another nightmare. I cannot imagine. I'm exhausted already thinking about covering all of this again. But, if tensions were high this time, now think about the second time around. Now more people are invested and more people are hearing about it. And people who don't even follow trials are now like, wait, what is this case? What is happening? And so the way that the level of toxicity kind of escalated this time, I can't even imagine how it would be a second time around. And I think that they really need to take that into consideration. Are you fighting another unwinnable case and putting these families and the community through something else again that's going to be even worse, and for what? So
I think that, and I'll let you, I'm sorry, we're not ignoring you in any way, love. I know Brandy's going to have to hop off in a minute.
Okay.
I'm not limiting you, but I'm also not trying to hold you. But I think that they need to not look at just whether it's winnable, but number one, if I was a citizen there, I'd rather them take the money that they would spend on a new trial and do a proper investigation as much as they can. They can't get the solo cups with blood back. They can't get that, but I think that they should reopen the case, look at it with fresh eyes. I don't know if the FBI can do that. There is a question: is Proctor fired or rehomed? But can they? And would the FBI be taking over this investigation since it's such a colossal bleep?
Well, the FBI is still looking into this. So he is with Proctor now being gone, and as far as Proctor being fired or rehomed, a little bit of both. So right now he's relieved of his duties, which means he is technically not fired. He has been moved out of Norfolk County DA's office, or out of Norfolk County State Police office. The options are going to end up being, because they have a whole process they have to go through. So the options will end up being he is either fired or, possibly given a desk job or, something like that, depending what they see necessary after whatever hearing they do. But as of now, he is not technically fired, but that is still a possibility. With the FBI has been investigating this, and they do have, however many they said, more than 3,000 pages of documents, of things that they've gone through. The problem with all of this is that there's still more. I mean, there's so much more Fed information that we don't have yet, that we haven't seen, and some of it we may never see. But the thing with that I can't stop going back to is they're investigating this, and they have these independently hired, biomechanical engineers who have come in and said, this is not possible. What you are saying happened is not possible. And to me, that should be the end of it. If they're saying what you are saying is not possible, and these are completely independently hired, not, don't have a dog in this fight, not looking at it from defense side or Commonwealth side. They're looking at it to see, is the science and physics capable of supporting this theory? And it's not. So to me, that should be the end of it. And I feel like, for me, it would be the FBI would, should be like, no, that's not, it doesn't work. Your theory doesn't work. So we shouldn't do this. But I would love it if they did. But I think that if they,
I'd love for them to dig in and find out who actually did do this, not just Karen Reed in this case, but just to kind of start afresh, relaunch it and look at it. But I was not married. I was with somebody for 7 years. He had an automotive repair shop and used car lot. I was the Bondo girl, if anybody's old enough to know what Bondo is.
Yeah.
I used to replace taillights. I did all the, brake jobs, oil filter changes, whatnot. And I can tell you that taillight would not be in that many pieces with any kind of hit like that. And then coincidentally, about 3 days after all the taillight evidence closed up, I was at the grocery store and I was in handicap and they all are going like this and this car left and I'm here and a truck came in and parked like that and I didn't realize it. And when I backed up, I clipped his car, broke his tail light.
Oh yeah.
I took pictures because it was not in, I mean, it just doesn't compute. The damage versus the miles versus, and as a first responder, I mean, all of my life's experiences is telling me is this is not what happened
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
cannot be what happened.
Yeah.
And so at this point, I just would love to see a clean investigation from an outside party because
Yeah.
in the end, John O'Keefe deserves to have his life. And I know y'all have not been on my live, so you don't know what I do, but I do this 2 or 3 times. I remind people we're not here for sheer entertainment. We're here for justice. And we're here for this.
Yeah.
This is whom we are here for. This is what is important. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And you know, this is, and I love the fact that this is here because we all learn about the court system. We're bringing the corruption out in public, and the citizens are holding their people that they vote into office accountable.
Yeah.
That's important to me.
Yeah, I think having that attention on things and having that, you know, everything under not even under a microscope, but just under a public, you know, just open to the public. I think that having that, could you imagine if this case wasn't open to the public, the things that they could have, you know, they could have slipped under the rug, the things they could have gotten away with if there weren't this many eyes on it. And I think that you can't have justice if things are like, and that's one thing I like to remind people too. Justice is not just a conviction. Justice is having, you know, it's the entire process being fair and right and moral, and that's not what this has been. So you know, justice for John O'Keefe includes, in my opinion, includes having things that should have been done the proper way and having enough respect for the position that you hold and for the victim that you're, you know, whose death you're investigating, to have done things properly so that all of this circus would not have happened.
Exactly. And I want to thank you for your hard work. And
thank you.
This was my very first trial. I started this because what I'm hoping to do once I become monetized is, I'm not a court certified interpreter, but I want to hire a friend of mine who is, and I'm going to be signing what I say, but I want an interpreter from the courts because the deaf community does not have access to all of this.
Yeah.
And captioning is not good enough. It's too fast. They don't understand the concepts, the words sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I'm opening this up to the deaf community. But so I got all this gear. I mean, I've been saving all this. This is my setup. Before I even knew Recovery Addict, I Googled and started purchasing everything and trying to get everything. I'm the type of person who likes to get everything together and then go, not just start with one thing and build. But my heart was just to come into this trial and just learn how to work everything.
Yeah.
This is my trial run on a trial.
Yeah.
And RA was like, girl.
Yeah. That's how Vahalla was for me. It was like
a hard one to come in on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how Vahalla was for me. And that one was, and I picked a weird one too, because that one there was no video. It was only the audio. And so then I'm trying to make like all these graphics and all these different, so I'm having to like, you know, and we couldn't listen live. So I'm having to like follow all of the tweets of the reporters in there during the day and then find out who's testifying, the, you know, basics of what they're saying, and then try to create graphics and stuff to keep people's eyes, you know, entertained as much as they could so that they wouldn't just completely zone out. And I picked a hard one to start with too. So
I know, why do we do that? Guys, real quick, for those who know, I am trying to get to the 1,000 and we're at 836 subscribers. Please subscribe. It's very important because the sooner I can get monetized, and it's not for me to make money, it's for me to be able to hire people and be able to get this accessible to the hard of hearing community. I became deaf as an adult. I am totally deaf without my hearing aids. I can't even hear my own voice. So please share, comment, like, and subscribe. And also on Brandy Churchwell and Amy, therapist from MA, I would like all of y'all to support them as well, equally. But your hard work on this chart really helped and made it a whole lot easier. I had it in front of me forever until I learned who was who. So who's next for you? Baldwin, like everybody else?
I don't know. People have been asking me about Baldwin. I have been sorry, I'm tweeting out your channel so that we can try to.
Oh, thank you.
We'll get you to 1,000 real quick.
You're awesome.
We have been talking about let's see, please subscribe here. She's really close. Sub and post the screenshot in comments. And
You were amazing. And also for everybody who's on today, including you guys, put I sub, hashtag I sub, and I'm giving away Starbucks tumbler. I'm a tumbler addict.
There you go. I just tweeted it out. So I put
You
sub
rock.
and post the screenshot, and I'll send a gift to. I'll pick one winner from that. I'll do like a little twirly thing that to pick a winner and send somebody. I'm not sure which one's next. So I know that people have been asking about Baldwin. People have been asking about Chad Dorman. So I have been so headfirst into this one that I haven't even pulled any of the court docs for any. Normally I'm pulling court docs every day on all these different trials and like updates and different things. So I haven't pulled anything from anything else other. I don't know if you just heard my screaming goat. I was messing with it and I pressed the button. Let me put the goat away, Brandy. So I was looking at some of the. I love my screaming goat. They sent it to me. I love this thing. So I've been looking at some of the different ones, but I haven't pulled any of the dates, like the updated dates and stuff on any of them. So I promised everybody that I would relax the first couple days after trial was over, and then I would like after the 4th, I would start kind of looking at stuff again and see and decide which one's next.
This is my hearing dogs and say, go.
Aww.
She's wanting her afternoon. She's my ears, literally. There's a lot of trust. See, my thing I've got to learn is the research and how to get the information. So I got on Discord. Hallelujah. Thank you very much. But I am so new to this, and RA has been fabulous with me, and you're so sweet. I hope we can do more.
Yeah.
Because and Amy, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you so very, very much. So, anybody have questions? Brandy, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but I really don't. I know you're exhausted, so you can hop off whenever you like.
Yeah, I have to go. I have to leave here in about 15 minutes, so I've got to get dressed. But I'm glad I saw your email in time so I could jump on and.
Randy, I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you planning on digging further into like Sandra Birchmore or anything? How this could that seems to connect. And if you didn't know, as a Massachusetts resident, the Massachusetts State Police have already been in trouble for things like collecting overtime while not doing it and stuff like that. I don't know if that was enough for the FBI to already be investigating the conduct of the Mass State Police, but that is something that's been going on for a while. I don't know how anyone in Massachusetts can be impartial now. Thank you, Turtleboy. I'm looking into Sandra Birchmore. I'm looking into Justin Root, and then I can't give too much information on it yet, but with the falsified documents and the overtime and all of that, I have an insider that I'm going to be getting into some of that too. So I've got, it's a good time with everybody's attention being on this area and the corruption there. It's a good time to
say, okay, this is not a one-time thing. The reason that so many people are outraged about this is because this is like an icing on the cake thing. It's a big one, yes, but this is not the only one. So here, look at all these same people, not all of the same people, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of the same people, a lot of the same district. Everything's under Morrissey. The stuff that I'm bringing up is going to be, predominantly under Morrissey. So, look at these other issues and understand why so many people are so frustrated, and there's a lot going on that people need to know about, and they need change. So, and especially the Sandra Birchmore one, that one, I mean, I say especially, like Justin Root is, obviously heartbreaking as well, but Sandra Birchmore is one of those that, the FBI is now looking into as well. So I'm hoping that, I can't imagine the pain and frustration that they've had, to deal with the last 3 years of not having any kind of accountability. There's nobody that's had to have any kind of accountability for what happened, and that's a really tragic, really sad story. So I hope that having the attention of everybody in that area right now this will be a good chance to highlight some of that and bring awareness as well.
Well, it's because of people like you that has happened, and the more people that know about these things, the better. We need to bring it into the light, and we need to be on top of it. Brandy, you made my month. You made my day. I am a 3-time cancer survivor, 3-time chemo survivor. And I just wish you well. I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind me saying anything. I think it is public.
Yeah.
But I am blessed to see you're doing as well as you are.
Thank you.
You have been in my prayers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's one of those things that if you've never been through it, you can't even explain it. It's so difficult to explain to people what going through that is like. And there's a before and there's an after, but the after is never the same as before. It's a totally different life for the rest of your life, and it's a difficult journey. And I was not very open about it at all in the beginning, and then I opened up a small bit about it, and the outpouring of people who were like, "Oh my gosh, I needed to hear that." It was like, okay, I need to be more open with it. I need to be more, because I think it helps us all when we hear other people that have, gone through the same issues and the same struggles and still struggle. It's not one of those things that when you get out of, when you finish chemo, that all of a sudden like everything's better. It's not. Like, you have a lifetime full of difficulty ahead, and that's something that they don't tell you in the beginning. And so I think having trying to be as personal as it is, being more open about it, I know we all help each other with that. So I appreciate you being open about it too. I know that it helps people.
It really does. My sister in love, I don't have any more sisters, but my best friend and sister 5 years ago was triple negative breast cancer, went through chemo, and then immediately the next visit found another lump, different kind of chemo on the other side. Got through all that, 4 years and just days away from being 5 years. Found out that it metastasized, inoperable. She doesn't care if I share it. She's gone through 2 rounds of chemo. She's on autoimmune therapy for life, but it is terminal. And she's my sister. And this is difficult. And even in my own body, part of my hearing loss is due to the chemotherapy and the prednisone. That is a part of the reason why I went deaf. And then, so people don't understand the lifelong effects this is. But I tell people from my state, we are strong Texas women.
Yeah.
And now I know y'all are from Texas, but it does. And I only hope to bring positivity and love and support to those who are walking it. You've had mine very quietly in the background. So, and the other myth is that when you go through chemo, you lose your hair.
I did.
Not
I had
always.
cisplatin.
It
Yeah.
may thin.
Oh, mine thinned. Yeah. Yeah.
No, my first time and first and second, but third time, no.
Yeah. See, I had cisplatin chemo. So with cisplatin chemo, you don't lose your hair, and so I had and it thinned out, and like I had like one little spot that like was not a bald spot, but like right here in the very back where it was like sparse, yeah. So it did thin out a lot, but and then I lost a lot of like my eyebrows and my eyelashes and stuff like that, but I didn't lose it all. So that was another one of the things too, is like I became like kind of skin and bones, and I was very thin, but people see me with hair and they like, oh, you've lost weight, and so then it's like, oh, you look great. I'm like, I am like I feel worse than I've ever felt in my life. And then but right after I finished chemo, by the time I finished chemo, then that's when it's like really, that's when like my skin was gray, and then it was no longer like, oh, you look great. It was like, oh,
you look tired and run down.
Tired, yeah. Yeah, so
well,
it's
see,
like
I had the opposite problem. Chemo puts weight on me. I was a beauty queen. I was skinny. I was a happy size 8, everything the first time. And chemo and methotrexate when I had rheumatoid arthritis. So I was doing injectables of metho every week and on prednisone every day, and it just went.
Yeah.
So it affects everybody differently. So the misconception is there. I had a friend that was going through chemo the same time I was, but she went bald, and we're standing next to each other. We're both going through the very difficult treatments, but people forgot that I was, because I didn't lose my hair. So
yeah.
So for all of those out there who are survivors, congratulations.
Yeah.
Brandy, bless you. I really hope you invite me on. I hope to invite you back.
Of course, yes.
I appreciate and love your heart. And please go kick. Do you live on the beach?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I know. It's hard when I'm streaming and I'm looking out there and everybody's like out there living their best life, and I'm in here like stuck to my computer, and I'm like, every once in a while I know people can see me like looking out the window like this. But
well, I'm in the Texas Hill Country amongst all the cedar.
Oh, yeah.
Where I'm at, do you believe it or not, all your allergy prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs are tested where I live.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have promised my people that I will relax tomorrow. I ended up kind of overscheduling some things today, but I have promised my people that I will relax tomorrow. So that's my goal. That's my intention. Let me look. Let's see how close are you to 1,000 now?
I am at
891.
890.
There you go.
Ooh.
So you're getting there. You got
awesome.
You got just over 100. So we'll get you there by the end of the day. I'll make sure of it.
Well, I appreciate it, and it's for a good cause.
It is.
And
it's a good cause.
I would, if you ever want me to come in and interpret an important stream, just let me know and I'll interpret for you.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Put those toes in the sand.
Yes, that's the plan. All right, bye, y'all.
Bye, hun. Amy, thank you so much for waiting so patiently.
Hey,
I
that's just as
greatly
exciting.
appreciate your heart. You are equally important to me.
I just thought, I posted that I was a therapist in Massachusetts, and I had some theories on I have a YouTube channel, but I'm not a big YouTuber or anything like Brandy or anybody else. So I'm happy to be patient. Excuse me.
Well, and I'm being as deaf as I am. It's really hard for me to bounce multiple people sometimes, because when I turn it up for you, my voice interferes. So, I really want to go back to the beginning of this, and with you as a therapist. First, I want to talk about the children. I have not heard really much about what support the children have had. And if they're like most families, and a lot of families, they probably, and I don't know for sure, have not had the proper grief counseling with the loss of the mother, then compound that with the father, and then go through all of this. And then now the other caregiver, the uncle.
Yeah, I think those kids have been through a lot of stuff. I don't know a lot about everything going on, and I don't want to speculate on rumors, but I was told by somebody that when John did take custody of his niece and nephew, there was actually a court battle between him and his mom. I don't know if that's a fact or not, so I don't like spreading misinformation. So if that was true though, and now John took them and Karen helped him, that could be why his mom resents Karen a bit. Maybe Karen was, even though no, that couldn't be Karen. She wasn't involved that long ago.
No.
But I heard what they said on Brandy's podcast. I didn't really know what the children were saying, so I know what they said really didn't affect the case very often, but they have to have a hard time. They lost both of their parents within months of each other. As an adult, I lost my parents within 2 years of each other, and I know how hard that was, so I can't even imagine being a child. And then they have somebody that took them on, their uncle, and then what was it, 8 years later, they're losing him too, and they're still not fully grown yet, and they have to deal with all that. That's got to be really traumatic.
Yeah, it really is. Hold on, I think I kicked off my mod accidentally. I don't know how that happened. Well, what would you as a therapist be looking for in the children at this point, especially after testifying? Because I'm going to say this, my son and daughter lost their father, and I thought, wow, we got through the teen years, they got counseling, everything was looking good, and then all of a sudden, crash.
Yeah,
10 years later.
I don't work with children, so I can't really be that certain on like children's behavior. I don't want to. I only work with 18 and up, so I can't really give that much detail on that. But as a parent, not about like the testifying and stuff, but as a parent, when my parents, like, granted, my children didn't lose me, but my children were very close to my parents, especially my son. My kid's father is like out of the picture, and he doesn't pay attention to them or anything. So my dad was kind of like their dad too. I mean, they recognized I was mom and Nana and stuff like that. So my daughter, my mom died when my daughter was 5. And a year later, my daughter woke up in the middle of the night crying her head off about missing Nana. So kids process things different, and that's coming from a 5-year-old. Whereas my son is now 30, but he was still in his teens when my parents passed away, and he was even more connected with my parents because I was a teenage mom and I lived with my parents until my son was 7. So he was kind of really connected to my parents in that way. And when I moved out of my parents' house, it was almost like congratulations, 900. It was almost like going through a divorce. So I brought my son to a therapist who said, even though me and my parents got along, to treat it like a divorce and have him visit my parents every couple weeks and stuff like that. And actually, I share something with you. I'm hard of hearing in my right ear, almost completely deaf. I had ear surgery in 2012, but they weren't able to fix it. So I know what that's like. And my daughter has a service dog in training. So for her psychiatric service dog in training. So we're working on that too. So we have some things in
What
common.
state are you in?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Okay. Well, I'm a ADA law specialist, in outside of all of this, I'm deaf support specialist, ADA law specialist. So if you ever need anything, reach out. You're more than welcome to do so. So now let's turn more towards, I'm very worried about Paul O'Keefe's mental status.
Me
The
too.
way he was presenting in court, the behaviors, I'm worried that he's not a time bomb.
I don't know. I know people, there's rumors to say, people said that he said to Karen that he's not done with her yet. I don't know about that. I didn't see it, didn't witness it, so I can't. But just the way he's been staring her down through the whole trial. My thought is, my sister was killed by a drunk driver. So I know what it's like to lose your sibling through drunk driving. So I can understand if in the beginning they thought Karen hit him, they thought she was drunk, hit him. She basically admitted to that. If you go back in time to 2022, I was getting married in 2022 and I saw it on the news, and I don't remember verbatim, but there was a news thing and she thought she hit something, whatever. But I think what happened is, unfortunately, she was drunk, and that's what she's guilty of. I will say that, as well as all the cops. As a person who's lost a family member to drunk driving, that makes me the more angry than anything else, is all those people were recklessly driving. So I mean, I do agree that she was drunk and shouldn't have been driving. I do, but that's not on the table. What's on the table is what the prosecution has alleged her to premeditated or intent, maybe not premeditated, but intent. That's what murder too is in Massachusetts. You have to have intent. And originally, we're just going to charge her with like vehicular manslaughter. But Paul staring at her like that, he does look like a ticking time bomb. I'm actually, if she's not under some sort of security protection, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't, do something, and then we might be watching a trial for him.
That is very concerning to me. He needs to be in anger management and therapy, maybe even medicated. And I'm not an advocate for just medicating, but you who you are understand that there's a time and place for that. Everybody is wait.
Paul did have a DUI in, I think it was 2020. He got into an
Yep.
accident, and I can't remember. It was something like the other person was maybe paralyzed or lost ability to do some things. I can't 100% remember that. I have 3 screens, so I see the chat over on the left side. But I am concerned about Paul. I'm concerned about Lucky, the plow driver. I feel
Everybody's
like
hailing him as a hero, but
the Canton is divided. It's like what are the Romeo and Juliet's family? I don't remember their names, but it's like that. We have half of these people that love the McCabe's and the Alberts and whatever, and we got half of these people that hate them. I mean, the town hall is blowing up over the police. I saw a clip of a recording. I don't know, Rafferty was talking about Paul investigating some drug things on his street. Maybe this has something to do with that. I have to say, in the beginning, I thought Karen hit him with her car while she was drunk and she was guilty. And then I, ended up watching, I watched the trial, went back and watched all the trial. And then I'm like, the prosecution is who made me think she was not guilty, not even the defense. And then the ME's last. You got Proctor calling the ME a whack job, even though he tried to cover and say. I mean, I'm so glad that the ME was covering for low staffing, because can you imagine if it was a regular ME? Maybe she just goes on what they just go on what the police say. And even if you don't believe in a big conspiracy, which I don't believe in a big conspiracy, there is some corruption, absolutely. I don't know what happened to not Paul O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe. I don't know what happened to him, but I think it's just as likely that he could have been drunk and smashed his head on the red thing. Oh my God, fire hydrant. He could have that could have happened. You know what I mean? But because the investigation didn't do the police officers didn't do their job and investigate, we'll never know. Like, I think that the Alberts have done some pretty shady things, but maybe it's due to something else. Who knows? And that's why I don't understand how there wasn't like reasonable doubt with all the jury. But that's me. There's still people that are adamant that she killed him because his shoe fell off or whatever. Like, physics don't matter. But
Okay. I jumped on somebody privately. And they're going, the shoe, the shoe, the shoe. Okay. First of all, it is true that shoes can come off when you're hit by a car. But what we're forgetting is most of these people are either police or connected and law enforcement. Don't you think they know that? Don't you think if they're going to make it look like he got hit by a snowplow, what's one of the things they're going to probably do? Pop off a shoe. Because that is one of the telltale signs that somebody has been hit by a vehicle. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. I'm not saying that this whole town is corrupt. I'm not saying all that, but in the end, he's not with us anymore. The head injury could have possibly been survivable. He may have had a lot of issues. He may have had a low quality of life. But in the end, being left out in the snow was the nail in his coffin. He may have not have survived, but we won't know that. Some people think John, okay, KS says, I think John punched the tail light after he got out of the airplanes, the black and blue bruises on the hand. And they also had bruising on the temples.
Could be anything.
It looked like, do you know, I used to watch boxing. My ex loved boxing. My first significant other. And it looked like he'd been through a round, but also the brain injury causes the swelling. Tell me about what your opinion of Jen McCabe is, because I don't like to diagnose. My daughter is going to school for psychology to be a PhD in the psychology is her goal. And I'm not, I don't like to diagnose people. That's not polite. But in this case, I think, girl, you put yourself out there.
I think that
not asking for a diagnosis, but
no, I don't like to diagnose after only talking to a person one time. It takes me almost a month before I diagnose anyone, and then I have checklists to go over. But I think honestly, I think this stems down to something to do. I don't think that everybody in that house was involved if something went down in the house, because I feel like most of the I'll say kids, but the younger generation that was there for Brian Albert Jr.'s party, a lot of their testimony was pretty legit. You know what I mean? It didn't seem like it was off-putting. So who's to say what happened there? But I think Jen knows something, regardless of what happened. If it was an accident and the police want to cover it up, if somebody punched him and he fell down the stairs and they want to cover it up, like, I don't even know if anyone intentionally killed him. You know what I mean? Nobody knows. And the prosecution didn't even let us know he was really dead for I don't know how long. Like,
Yeah.
but
Well,
Jen has some issues. But you know what? A lot. I'm gonna. Sorry, fellow Massachusetts women. A lot of us Massachusetts women have resting bitch face. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to say that word?
you're okay, girl. We're in 5 hours and 40 minutes
Okay.
into this. You're good.
A lot of us have RBF. Heck, my sister, everyone asks me if she's mad at them because she always has an angry look on her face. I don't think my sister's listening. So like there's so many things that could be happening here that we don't know about. And I think the problem is what we do know is that he was not hit by a vehicle.
Well, my concern is that number one, Jen to me seems very manipulative personality. And I think that the majority of the comments, some people say, well, they heard I'm sorry, I leaned back in my mic. I'm sorry. They, EMS unit, and a lady said that she heard her say, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Whatever. But I honestly believe that it's very much possible that once again, Jennifer is the one who put that out there. I mean, she was talking to the police all over the place. And that's one thing when I arrive on scene as a first responder, I ask everybody to separate. That's not involved. If you're not involved, you get over here, whatever. If I work on the victim, but if I'm there as a chaplain, the first thing I start telling everybody, nobody talk to each other. I don't allow it. And I help the police in keeping people separate. And I've had grieving people who are in an accident who accuse and say things all the time that is not necessarily true. And them talking about her screaming, is he alive? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? If he's sitting here screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is not an admission of guilt. Do you know how many times we sit here and hear that on scene? All the time. Doesn't mean that person did it just because they're saying it.
There's been a lot of things where accidents happen, even if there's no alcohol involved and something happens, like you drop someone off and they, I don't know, fall off something or whatever they did, and the people who find them or find out, they take on that guilt and they think it's their fault. If I didn't bring them here, maybe this wouldn't have happened. And actually, that's one of the things that
Exactly.
I think the O'Keefes might be feeling. Not that I feel like that should be what they're feeling, but like Brandy said, they're going through a lot of stuff. You have the McGabes hanging out with them every day. They're probably feeding her. Karen did this. Like whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm not there, but from the trial, that's what I think. And as far as Jen's concerned, I think she could have planted that into Karen's head. I mean, Karen was like, as we saw on the video, she was hysterical.
Oh,
And
people are sitting and say that's an act. Guys, I have seen hysterical. That's hysterical. What do you think?
I think it's hysterical. Now, I'm going to say, I do believe, okay, let me say this first, and I know Jen has it too. MS. MS can make your behavior erratic. It can affect your
Can.
moods, and it can have you be emotional outbursts, and that can be said I can't speak English right now. That can be said for Jen McCabe or for Karen Reed, who both have MS. I have witnessed people be hysterical like that upon an accident scene and yell, are they dead? Whatever. It's just different scenarios, different. My best friend lost her brother. He had a heart attack. They rushed him to the hospital. They didn't know if he was gonna gonna survive or not. But then they found out he was gone. And like she freaked out like that. My aunt at my grandmother's funeral started screaming at the funeral when they closed the coffin and they were getting ready to I don't think it's an act. And that's one of the things I want to touch on the phone calls. She's at home. She thinks he's cheating on him. Now, maybe I'm going to say I think they had a toxic relationship based on the evidence that I've seen presented. Like I said, I cannot go on, a year of evidence. I don't have that. I have what they presented in Aruba and what they presented as their text messages between that one day, or however long period. That shows me a toxic relationship. That shows me codependency. She just wants to be loved by someone that's going to be faithful to her. And maybe he wanted help raising his niece and nephews because it's a lot being a single parent. So maybe that's it, but no one knows what really goes. And the reason why, actually, I have an ADD brain, I apologize.
No, we're good.
I think one of the things that people are getting on is that how she freaks out like that and stuff like that. So they were arguing over the fact that she bought the niece Dunkin' Donuts and she's spoiling them, and John has to be the bad person. That is normal. That is a normal argument for someone that's a single parent who's like dating somebody who's spoiling their kids. I've said it. Don't be so nice to them. Then I have to be the bad person when you're being so nice. So I can see that side of it. And then I have also, granted not at my age now, but I've also been the person that has like called somebody and screamed at them, where the heck are you? I hate you. And then that same night met them and we made up. Granted, that was codependency. So I think people are putting too much emotion on her face and her not showing sympathy and all this stuff. I don't think we can do that. We're also 2 years past when all this all happened originally too. And I'm not saying that you get over death like overnight, but she's had 2 and then most of this 2 years she's got people saying she's guilty of killing somebody that she loved. And I don't know, like I said, I thought she might have in the beginning, but now I think she's just factually innocent. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I believe she is too factually innocent at this point. I think that until, oh my gosh, y'all, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my thing.
That's all right. Looks like you're getting close.
Yeah, 966. Y'all are awesome. Keep the iSubs going, guys. Keep them going, because
But
we're gonna draw.
in Massachusetts, and actually I was at the dog park. I have to bring my dog to the dog park to run around because I live in an apartment complex and I don't have anywhere for him to run. He's still a puppy. Like I said, he's a service dog in training for my daughter, but he's still a puppy, so he needs to get that energy out, and if he doesn't, I was at the dog park and they were talking about this whole thing, and there was a girl there. She says it's a good thing they don't have my text. My channel is Amy's Positive Pathways. I just changed it. It used to be a
If
weight
you
loss.
want to type it in the text, I'll pop it up for people.
Okay. Let me remember exactly how to spell it. I changed it.
Well, I don't think Jennifer, I don't think anybody has really had time to properly mourn the loss of John, because it went straight into trials and people were upset that she was not at his funeral. Well, duh, she was under arrest. They literally didn't they arrest her the next day? I mean, within 48 hours, I think she was arrested.
If
But
not, I also heard that she might have had a restraining order. I'm not, or
well,
no.
they may have, but the thing is, who are we to judge someone's grieving process? And I tell people that all the time. My process may be a lot longer or shorter. I may be in each different phase at different timings than you. But when you bring in this media and you get to the point that you are now with going through court, going through trials, she is walking numb. When I was going through the situation with my husband, I'm getting my mic back. I think I'm a little too loud. When I was going through the situation with my husband, Amy's Positive Pathways, is that it?
Yeah. And I did a couple years ago, I had weight loss. Well, actually, in 2013, I had weight loss surgery, so I made videos, and I haven't really made any videos. And now that I'm focusing on, I've been a BH care manager for several years, and now I'm focusing more on like therapy and stuff like that. And I want to do some supportive coaching and stuff in my life, so I decided to rebrand myself. So I'm not really a YouTuber right now. I haven't really posted anything updated, so anything on there is pretty old, just for the people asking what my YouTube name is. But where were we at? Oh, people's grief. It is different. When my boyfriend died in 2006, I took 2 days off and went back to work because I couldn't deal with the silence. But when my sister died, I took the whole summer off from work. It can hit you differently, who you lose, who you, like, people said to me, how can you be at work already 3 days after your boyfriend died? But that's how I had to function. That's what I had to do to function. And so different people have different ways to process grief, and I don't think anyone should be judging anyone on how they process grief. And
Well, and that's where getting to, is that they haven't even had that time to process grief. Not even his mother. I'm not even gonna, when I went through the situation with my husband, and I kept telling people when I lost my husband, it was equal to a death because I had to do everything with him as if he had died, except for I didn't have a death certificate. And it was a death of a relationship. It was death of my future with him and the future of my children and our dreams. It was a death, and I had to grieve it like that. And people were like, I was at the grocery store, and I might be like standing there, and the first thing I did was I reached for a hot sauce that he absolutely loved, and I was like going to buy it, and then I realized, no, there's no need. He's not here anymore. And I got a little teary, and people were all like, all over me and saying that I was an emotional basket case and that I was hysterical, even though I just had a few little tears, and I'm all like, wow. I'm like, how dare you? You were, it's so easy. Oh my gosh, we're at 980. I still remember my first 100. It's only been a few days. I can't believe just the beginning of the week, we barely had over 200. Brandy, you are so awesome. I love you. I know you don't know me from Adam, but I see you as a sister in love, and in this format. Don't worry, I'm not a stalker. Don't worry. I ain't cray cray. I got a therapist here to say I'm sane. I got my therapist here, Brandy. Don't worry.
I'm not licensed to be your therapist. I'm not licensed in Texas. No.
Hey, who says we have to play by the rules? No, I'm kidding. But The big thing is really is that people do need to understand that with all of us, we're sitting here. It is so easy for us to sit here and judge. It is so easy for us to sit here and talk. I have lived losing a spouse to prison, and I can honestly say, oh, oh, you're leaving your house at 5 minutes from leaving you till you hit 1,000. Oh, you're so sweet. If we hit 1,000, I will end the view within a few minutes. We'll gently close it out, and then tomorrow I will come on for my 1,000 party. We'll have balloons. We'll have fun. We're gonna have a big party tomorrow. We're gonna do it. We're 11 away. Oh my gosh, y'all! We are gonna have a party tomorrow. Oh my God, 10 away. So, but back to the thing. It is so easy for all of us to sit here and do this, but when you've walked through it, I'm sitting there in that trial and people were so hard on the family. Did y'all ever remember the George Kelly trial where the rancher was on trial for allegedly shooting an illegal person on his property, and the wife got on the stand to testify? I mean, I know exactly what that's like. I will have cake. I will dye part of my hair pink, not all of it. But that may not happen tomorrow. I'm going to go and have it professionally done. We are 6 away. Oh my God, Matthew! No freaking way.
That's awesome.
Freaking way. We are 6 away. Oh my God. Oh yeah, no, like EDB dyed hers and left it. Because of interpreting and what I do, I can't do the whole thing because I have to maintain certain standards of 4 away. Oh my gosh, 4 away. Holy Moses.
That's one good thing in Massachusetts. We're very progressive. I had purple hair. It's fading now. You can't tell. And I wasn't planning on being on a video, so my hair is just thrown up in a bun today. So but in Massachusetts,
you're going to be on this. I'm going to get a picture of this, so don't panic.
It doesn't bother me.
Oh, one more. One more.
Come on, somebody sub.
Oh God. One more. One more person.
You should put it on your countdown.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
Oh, I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. Wait. Share screen. Yeah. Shared screen. Okay, we're gonna share screen. Y'all ready? Let's turn it.
Yeah.
1,000 guys. Oh my God, y'all are so awesome. And Brandy and Amy, thank you so much. We did it. Oh my God, my hearing aid battery just starts to die. That is so funny. Starts giving me, oh my God, you guys, we did it. OMG. I am absolutely stoked. Oh my gosh. We're throwing a party here. Do you know why? I just hit 1,000 subscribers. My daughter called right at the right time, guys. Oh my guys, I love you guys. We are having a party tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. You are awesome. I could not have done it without Amy. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Amy, thank you so much. I'm not cutting you loose. But Amy, I enjoyed having you. And so tomorrow is a party. Oh my gosh. Yes. Thank you guys. Oh my gosh. We did it. Mods, I love you. I love you, Mods. I'm sorry if I just got loud. Oh my gosh. Oh, Brandy, I bet you remember when you were here. I hear the first 1,000 is the hardest to get. So, oh my gosh, we did it.
My
and we
channel,
started with like 370 people this morning.
That's awesome. My channel doesn't plan on being like a trial following channel, but someday when I need help boosting it, I'm gonna reach out to all you people.
Oh, reach out to me. Okay, guys, I have to I need to zip for a minute. Hold on. My daughter called in, and I just wanted to say thank you to my daughter, my son, everybody. Thank you so much. We have hit 1,000. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe we actually did it. That is so freaking cool. Oh, oh my gosh. Okay, Amy, back to
Well,
you.
congratulations. That's an amazing feat. I think when I was in
Well,
my weight loss surgery YouTubing thing, and I had a lot of support from the other weight loss surgery people, I think I had 100 followers. It's probably gone down because I haven't been on it in other than watching this trial lately. But I think that's awesome.
take off, Brandy. I appreciate you being here. I'll see you tonight. Yeah, I actually had to have surgery as well. I did have surgery, and it, yeah, it's a journey. But then once I did that, I got diagnosed with cancer. I lost 100 pounds, and I got diagnosed with the cancer, and the chemo put it right back on me.
Yeah, that's not good. I actually not to share, well, whatever. If people want to keep me in thoughts and positive thoughts and prayers, I had a abnormal mammogram, and I have to get an ultrasound on Friday. So keep me in the positive that it's not anything more, because my mother actually had breast cancer. So I'm hoping that it's just something that they didn't, how sometimes they don't know what's there and they just have you do a follow-up.
Well, I'll be praying. What I'm going to do is start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, because I've got to go get cake. I got to go get balloons. We're going to have a party.
Yeah, well,
We are going to have
I
a
work
party.
from home, so I have you guys sometimes. All of you, the Broken Baker and Vahalla has been my saving grace for the few days, and then I stumbled on you a couple of days ago, and someone told me about Brandy, and I listened to her podcast, and you guys are also so great and so supportive. It's so great. Well, at least the ones that are supportive of each other. I know there are a few that are on the other side and not very supportive, but I think if everybody just keeps an open mind and like just be nice to everybody, that's all you have to do. Nobody knows what anyone else is going through. Nobody knows what's happening. And people just need to be nice to each other. And it doesn't, like I said, and regardless of Karen's face or whatever, don't judge people on what they look. Hell, my husband dresses in cargo pants and cutoffs with like, someone might think he's from the Satanic Panic Satanic Panic crew or something, and I'm more whatever. Like I dress more, not dress up, but I dress professional for work anyways, and whatever. And people are different, and that doesn't mean that we're not all, nice people. There are bad people, but people need to be nice to people. That's all I'm trying to say. That's
Well,
why
when I sign off,
behavioral health.
I usually say we don't know what people are going through that day. So if they're in a bad mood, give them a smile, be polite to them, show them a little love, and be kind, because you don't know. I want to say thank you for JoJo and Mama Smith and Polia's mom for the cup of coffees. Oh my God, the coffee support. Buy me a cup of coffee. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. I this is my first time doing this, so Yay! Thank you so very much. Um, I'm just, I am going to have to take a little time. Drop your link in another, wait, Ada K, I just dropped your link in another group. Help get that. Oh, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you. Who's 6 o'clock? Don't forget, Vahalla Awaits has it streamed tonight at 6. I will be on watching. I'm going to be watching everybody, but I think it is 3 o'clock. I have been on since 9 o'clock. I am going to sign off, but before we're going to do the giveaway, and I am going to get some breather. I got to be honest, I'm tired. I'm going to finish eating my lunch, which I did not get to do. And I'm going to celebrate with my children tonight. But we will be on at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I will put up a thumbnail and a pre-post, so it will be there. I got to create a cool thing. Zach, 5 Central. Okay, 5 o'clock Central. Okay, then I'll be watching him at 5 o'clock Central Time. So let's do the drawing. Are y'all ready? It's drawing. Susie A cares. Let me share so y'all see. I forgot to share the screen while it was doing it. Yay! Susie, you won. Congratulations. Okay, Miss Susie, what I need you to do is go to my Discord. Let's see if I can find my Discord banner. If you need me to hook up tomorrow, we'll hook you up tomorrow. But you won a Starbucks tumbler. Oh my gosh, congratulations. You are a winner. Woohoo. Awesome. Okay, guys. Amy, thank you so much for hopping on. You have been a blessing. I'd love to have you on more. I love your input. I love your knowledge and expertise. So come join me anytime.
I'll definitely have you in the background. This is my first live I've ever been on because I've never done a live video of my own even. So this is my first time. But
You've done very well.
I hope to start making some videos for like positivity and stuff like that. So
We need a lot of that in this world.
and maybe some like Ask Amy type of things about mental health, and I can answer stuff. Just I haven't done it yet, but I need to learn about lighting and backgrounds and all of
Well,
that
even
stuff.
though you were in a small place, I got you. I was a professional photographer from 1989, 90 to in 2000 and something full time. But I've been a professional photographer all my life. But I had a big studio and everything, so the photography end is my jam. So, but I can help you out. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd have any advice. I'm currently working 2 jobs right now, and also if anyone can put my daughter in their prayers too. We just had to put my cat down on Sunday. It was unexpected. He had some problems, and my daughter is having a really hard time with that, and it's very emotional. She's high functioning autism and has a lot of
Aw.
emotional problems. So her name is Alexis. I'm not gonna give you all her name, but her first name is Alexis. So if you guys could all keep Alexis in your thoughts and prayers so she can heal
We
from
will.
loss of her emotional support cat. And yesterday I was a wreck and crying, and I have to thank the Broken Baker in Vahalla for keeping me entertained while I was working. And also, but yeah, I work from home. I have this headset on all day long, so if I'm free and not in a meeting, and I'm free to jump on anytime. Well,
I
not anytime,
appreciate it.
you know. But
Well,
thank you, congratulations, and I actually would have to go anyways because I gotta go pick up my husband from work.
you go by. I'm going to say my farewells, and we will see you soon.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, guys, we are going to wrap up, but we do need to, yes, Teresa Super, we can do that. Just um, let us know and we'll post it. Yes, definitely. I pay it forward. Thank you so much from China, I think. I'd love to have you on, but I do need to kind of decompress a little bit. Not today, but if you guys will please join my Discord. All of that information is in descriptions. If it's not in this live, I don't think it is. I went on too quick. When I finish here, I'm going to put all of this in the live comment, in the comment on this live. I hope so. Okay, guys, we did it. Oh my God. Today has been a blessing and insane, and I couldn't have done it without my mods. Utmost respect for my mods. I got to give you a round of applause. CG and Tex, Eddie, Ronnie, Andrielle, and Miss Kevin. You were amazing. Miss Kevin, oh my God, you did so good. Oh, some people are wanting the flute. Let's do the flute for a second and bring this down a little bit. For those of you who don't know, I am strong Irish, but I'm also Cherokee Cree. One last time, for now anyway, I am going to put this up. John O'Keefe, you deserve to rest in peace. Oh, thank you so much. I just thank you so much. Everybody, take care of yourselves. Remember, like I said a minute ago, there's always somebody out there who needs your blessings and love. Be that to somebody else because somebody has been that to you. We will be back tomorrow unless something pops up and I come on tonight, but we will be on tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I will have it posted and I will put all the stuff in the description of this particular live for you guys to find me on all of my media formats. So with that, I'm going to leave you with the cutest puppers ever. And thank you. We are having a party tomorrow.